Hello and welcome, everybody, to another episode, a very special episode, really, of the Sitrep Podcast. I am your host, Oriskany Jim, and today I'm joined by my friend Rasmus. Rasmus, how you
Hello.
doing?
Oh, not so bad. Glad to be here.
Cool, awesome. So, yeah, it's a really rainy day, or actually a rainy weekend here in South Florida, so it's perfect gaming weather. It's also a perfect weekend because this weekend, 4th, 5th, and 6th, specifically of June 2022, marks the 80th anniversary of probably one of the most decisive battles, naval battles in military history. I would put this easily up with Trafalgar and Spanish Armada as probably, among the top 5 most important, not the biggest, but most important naval battles that have really ever happened. You've got battles like Leyte Gulf or Jutland, which were obviously much larger. What did they really decide? Not very much at the end of the day. Midway, however, we often talk about turning points, and it's usually a lie. The whole idea of a turning point in the war. Oh, Stalingrad was a turning point in the east. El Alamein was a turning point in North Africa. No, they weren't. The tide had turned long before then. That's just when the whole world kind of woke up and noticed. Midway is kind of the exception that proves the rule. Midway is, it depends on how you look at it. People argue about the Solomons as well, but as far as real turning points go, if there is such a thing in military history, Midway is about as close as we're likely to get. Down to the Japanese were absolutely curb stomping the Pacific at like 10:20 a.m. 4 June 1942, and by 10:25, they weren't done, but they had lost the war. The war was obviously going to go on for quite a while, and again, the Solomons do argue against this theory. The Japanese do hand us several woodshed-level ass whippings in the Solomon Islands. The Japanese are definitely not done, but their ability to win the war is definitely gone, quite literally within 5 minutes. Who knows if that's really going to happen here? In fact, I kind of hope it doesn't, because it would be kind of a boring stream if Midway turns out the way it did in real life, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, we got a lot of people here in the chat. Of course, we got me, Rasmus. We got my girlfriend Jennifer. John, welcome. Paul, welcome very much. Welcome to our stream. Thanks very much. Our friend Piotr is here from Poland. We got Dennis from Kansas. Yeah, we got all kinds of people here from all over the world. Thanks very much. John says, I'm just waiting for the other half to finish an episode of The Boys. Then I get to use the big screen. Awesome.
Awesome big screen.
I heard season 1 of that was good, and after that it got bad. But I haven't watched any of it, so I don't know personally. All right, so Rasmus, being Rasmus, has chosen to play. Drum roll, please. Don't be surprised. It's no spoiler. He wants to play the Japanese. Here's the good news here's the bad news for Rasmus. He's walking blind into a dark room. His whole battle plan is based on surprising me in a trap. The problem is I'm reading his mail and he's walking into my trap. So, long story short, he's probably going to lose because the game is set up with mostly historical conditions. Here's the good news for Rasmus. All he has to do to win the game is do better than the Japanese did in the Battle of Midway. And he technically...
The goal is not to as crap as they did.
Yeah, if you do better than your historical counterpart, you technically win. So that's a pretty low bar for the Japanese in Midway. Holy hell, talk about an ass kicking. In all seriousness, Midway is one of those battles that's very hard to balance. I mean, it's been done in Wargames 1,000 times. I'm taking a swing at it here. This system was originally trotted out on the Beasts of War website way back in 2017 when we did an article series on the 75th anniversary. It's been brushed up, cleaned up, and enhanced now, and we're going to give it another try. Piotr says I'm waiting for the trash talk. Nah, man, me and Rasmus are friends. It's all good. We got plenty of sake for the Japanese. It's all good. Okay, so here is the high-level background of the Battle of Midway. Of course, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor 6 months ago. Technically about 7 months ago. They sank a huge part of the American Pacific Fleet, and they have been running roughshod over the Western Pacific and East Asia ever since. It got so bad that they actually started to call it victory disease. This is an actual, like Nietzsche wrote, war makes the victor stupid. They literally can't be stopped, and they start to believe their own press a little bit. They do get rather bloodily checked at the first, historically considered the first carrier battle, called the Coral Sea, which would be, a couple thousand miles southwest off of this map here. It is kind of important because it's the reason the Japanese only have 4 carriers in Nagumo's first carrier striking force and not his full 6. When he bombed Midway, he had 6 carriers. Here he only has 4 because one of them has been very, very badly damaged. That's Shokaku, and Zuikaku's strike group, his actual airplanes, have been shot up to hell and gone. So it would basically be an empty hull. There's no real reason to have it. How much of that Nimitz knew at the time, that's the main American admiral, is up for debate. Long story short, instead of 6 carriers, 6 big carriers, he only has 4. So obviously the Battle of Coral Sea impacts the Battle of Midway to that extent. It also impacts the Battle of Midway because we lose USS Lexington, the United States does. So instead of having 4 carriers, I only have 3. And really almost 2.5, because the other carrier that was at Coral Sea, Uss Yorktown, has been beaten up so badly, they barely managed to tow her back to Hawaii, to Pearl Harbor. And Nimitz said, we're having another battle with the Japanese literally next month. When can you get Yorktown ready to go? And of course, we've all heard this story. They did like 3 months of work in like 3 days. There were guys that worked 60 hours straight. When they say they work like 24 hours around the clock, we're not talking about 8-hour shifts or 12-hour shifts. We're talking about 72 friggin' hours with people passing them sandwiches and cups of coffee. And when, true story, when Yorktown again left 2 days after the rest of the American fleet, there were still civilian workmen on board trying to weld her back together from the inside. So it's kind of a miracle that we actually have 3 carriers. We really should only have 2. So again, that's sort of what sets up the balance of power, so to speak, for the Battle of Midway.
We were hoping for you to just have 2.
Yeah, the plan was to have at least 5 versus my 2. Either Zuikaku or Shokaku could have sort of been scrapped together, and again, it was Shokaku that took actual hull and flight deck damage, and Zuikaku that took very heavily damage to its flight group, to her flight group. So it really wouldn't have been worth it to send it out. You'll also see when we get into the detailed order of battle that some of these Japanese carriers are a little light in their air groups. Kirubutai, the carrier striking force, was at the time the most powerful strike group that had ever existed in the history of naval warfare. This would have sunk any other fleet that ever existed up to that point, without even trying. The problem is it had been everywhere between Midway and the southern tip of India in the last 6 months, and it had been kicking ass everywhere. It blew the British clean out of the war when it sank it was Prince of Wales, and I think it was Repulse, at 10 December 1941. That pretty much helped set up the fall of Singapore. It's won battles all over the place. It's been all over China. It's been in the Philippines. It's obviously helped bomb Pearl Harbor. The problem is, after 6 months, the thread is beginning to show in the fabric a little bit. They're starting to maintenance. The maintenance is becoming a problem. Crew fatigue is becoming a problem, and the flight groups are not up to full strength. So sometimes people ask that, why didn't they send out Zuikaku with Shokaku's flight group or whatever? They could have cobbled together a 5th carrier. It really wouldn't have worked. And then, of course, the Americans, who knows, might have had only 2 carriers. But anyway, this is the area that we're going to be looking at in today's game. 1,300 nautical miles by 700 nautical miles. That's right a little bit over 0.91 million square miles. So I'd like to see someone do that in 28 millimeter. But that's the scale of the game that we're looking at today. Obviously, we see where Midway Atoll is and some of the other islands that are right around there. And of course, just in case Rasmus gets extremely bold, aggressive, and lucky all at once, he might actually get some troops on Midway Island itself. or Midway Islands. There's actually 2 islands in the Midway chain. It's not going to be easy. It's got coral reefs. It's a fortress. There are 3,000 Marines, depending on who you read, and there's different levels of Marines and defenders. We won't go in super much into the detail because, again, it probably won't come into play, but just in case, we'll come back to it if it does come up. The Marines were pretty heavily entrenched here, and they were really well prepared. We knew this invasion was coming. Everyone's heard the story that AF is short on water. If anyone's not heard that story, we'll go over it, but we knew, like I was there, the Americans knew the Japanese were coming here, and they had literally at least 2 months to prepare. So down to, we don't have enough landmines, let's get 2,500 empty ammunition crates, pack them full of dynamite and 20 penny nails. The Japanese are in for one hell of a hot reception. It's also a tough island to land on because it's all surrounded by these coral reefs. You can't even enter the lagoon here in the north. There's 7-inch shore batteries entrenched, ready to go. Yeah, it's going to be a rough ride. But there's also like 10 Japanese battleships that might be called on to bombard this place. So who knows?
Well, we'll have to make it there first.
Yeah, I say it probably won't come up, but I've played similar games or earlier generations of this game in the past. This, of course, is a Sitrep design. I literally designed this Friday and yesterday, or I should say I redesigned it. But again, we've kind of done this before in previous anniversaries for the Battle of Midway. So Jennifer says, "Happy anniversary, Midway. Sorry, my cards are getting out late this year." Okay, Jen. She sends out Midway cards every year. It's great. Rasmus, I'm counting. Piotr says, "Rasmus, I'm counting on you to make the Emperor proud."
I will do our best.
John says, if you fail to make the Emperor proud, just lie about it. I think the Japanese civilian population weren't told about the loss for a couple of years. It was at least a while, months or years. They just basically lied. To the point where the 3,700 Japanese who died at Midway, like even their families weren't told what happened to them for a while. Dennis
almost
says,
sounds like a Russia.
Well, it was an authoritarian government at the time.
Yeah.
Dennis says, "Love the mighty Yorktown." That's right. We have the Yorktown. We have 3 of the most famous ships in the history of the American Navy here. Yorktown, again, pick which one. There are 2 Yorktowns in World War II. In fact, fun fact, USS Yorktown, obviously historically she sinks at the Battle of Midway. By the time Midway happens, the USS Essex class, even bigger and more powerful carriers, are being built already. CV-10, so Yorktown is CV-5, Enterprise is CV-6, and Hornet is CV-8. So these are the 3 ships of the Yorktown class. Technically there's the USS Wasp, that's CV-7, but don't worry about that. These are the 3 ships of the Yorktown class. All 3 were at Midway. USS Yorktown goes down as CV-5, obviously historically in the Battle of Midway. CV, I think it was 10, named USS Oriskany, I shit you not, was under construction. And then when the Yorktown went down, they said, you know what? Let's rename this new ship USS Yorktown instead. Let's have a new Yorktown. So that ship lost its Oriskany title. It became the 2nd USS Yorktown. That became an Essex-class carrier. I think USS Yorktown is still a museum ship to this day. And the Essex class would eventually get back around to USS Oriskany. She turned out to be the last Essex-class carrier ever built. I don't think she was finished till like 1950, though. She flew a lot of strike missions in Vietnam, to the point where USS Oriskany is even mentioned in the original Top Gun movie, if you listen closely. But anyway.
Might have to rewatch it now the new one is out. I haven't watched it in 30 odd years.
Yeah, when Maverick goes, he's like, well, near the end of the movie, he's all shook up about Goose. He goes to talk to Viper in his house down by the beach, and he's looking at a picture, and he sees a picture of his dad next to Viper, and Viper comes down the stairs behind him. He says, "Yeah, I flew with your old man, VF-51, the Oriskany." So yeah, that's the 2nd Essex-class carrier that might have been named Oriskany. The first one eventually became the Yorktown after the original Yorktown was sunk. But anyway, long-winded aside. This is the full order of battle. We will not be doing all this today because we'd be here on Christmas. Also, the vast majority of this stuff, or not the vast majority, but a big part of it for the Japanese, are part of that Alaska invasion force that we saw back here. Their idea was to invade part of Alaska here in the Aleutian Islands and draw the Americans away from Midway so that the carriers could come in there and take Midway. It didn't work because, again, we had like a complete blueprint of this plan. We knew this was a feint. And it sounds bad. The Japanese are actually invading home American soil. Alaska is the 50th state, obviously. Or, I'm sorry, the 49th state. It wasn't at the time. It was still a territory. But it was still sovereign American territory. And it was these tiny little islands way off on the tip. We're practically in Russia here. That's another whole story. So we won't be doing anything of that. Anything that doesn't fall into this blue box, we won't be worried about. But just to show how much firepower the Japanese had, two things. How much firepower the Japanese had compared to the Americans. The Americans don't even begin until you get to this part. They have us outnumbered by an incredible margin. That's fact number one. Fact number two, how badly they misdeployed it. I mean, if you sort of just chop off everything that doesn't even come into the battle, it's like half the spreadsheet. So this is what we really will be using. Obviously, as you can see, it's a lot more truncated. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
The Japanese should have forgotten about the invasion of the Alaska and thrown everything at Midway.
I mean, like a lot of Japanese operational plans, it's got too many moving parts. Japanese were great at over-planning. And it usually involves some sort of lure or deception. There's almost like a rule in the American Navy, never attack the first Japanese you see, because he's bait. He's there to make you jump left when the real attack is coming in from the right or something like that. The Americans caught wind of this very quickly. And it didn't help that we had broken the Purple Code, we had broken JN-25, we had most of the Japanese mail on our desk almost before the Japanese did. Almost like the British with Enigma. The British and the Polish with Enigma over in Europe. So, so you can see we have a lot fewer ships. There's a little bit more game detail, anti-aircraft strength, gunnery strength, and so on and so forth. How many hits these ships can take before they sink, and so on. So we've only kept the ships that are sort of relevant to today's game. And spoiler alert, even half of this might not make it into combat. But we'll see what happens. I won't bore you with all the details, but again, I did sort of design this game, or I should say redesign this game yesterday, or Friday and yesterday. We have rules for just about everything that could happen. In fact, we probably have too many rules, because again, half of this probably won't even happen. But I wanted to be ready just in case of some eventualities. A lot of this definitely will happen. So here is our map. The scale of the game is 20 nautical miles per hex and 4 hours per turn. So there's going to be 6 turns per day, starting at 0 hours, 0400, 0800, 1200, 1600, obviously 2000, the sun goes down again, and then at midnight we start a new turn. There is Midway, and here are all the American task forces, here are all the Japanese task forces. Obviously, most of these are fake. There are only 4 real Japanese task forces on the map. One of these is Nagumo Strike Force, his actual main carrier fleet, in their approximate historical locations. I think Rasmus shifted them maybe a couple hundred miles to the south. Historically, they were a little bit further up here. But somewhere in here is the actual task force. I have to find out which one of these task forces is true, because only one of them is. Then we have one of these two is... Excuse me. Wait a minute. Didn't you set these up in a different place?
I did, yeah.
Oh no! I put them in the wrong spot. Okay, hold on, guys. I have to fix this here. I put them in the wrong area. I have a blank battle map of the actual first turn of the game. Okay, so 7, 9, 8, and 10. Sorry about this. I'm trying to get Rasmus killed already. 7, 9, You said 3 hexes south, 8
Yep.
and 10. All right, cool. We fixed it. All right, so one of these task forces is Kondo's Second Fleet, and one of them is the actual invasion force, full of Japanese Marines. We'll see what happens there. But again, I don't know which is which. The reason why this force has 5 dummies, and these forces each only have 1 dummy, these forces were actually spotted and attacked yesterday, June 3rd, multiple times. It's now Go ahead.
So didn't you move your troops around as well, your task forces around?
Yeah, I did. I really screwed this up, didn't I? God damn it. I think we'll just go with this map now. So you moved task force 6 and 5
yep.
to the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my correct positions. They're not on the map yet. Alright, tell you what, we are going to
rename that.
Yeah, and this is now going to be the new midnight turn. Midnight, or 1 minute after midnight, June 4th. And this is the original battle map. The problem is the aircraft are set up on this one. Oh, they're set up on both. Okay, good. Never mind. Battle map. Go away. Alright, much chaos and confusion. Sorry about that. Alright, so this is our new... Okay, cool. So, alright, the Japanese are mostly set up. These 3 task forces are not yet on the map. One of them is Yamamoto's main body. He enters the table from the western edge very shortly, but he's not actually technically there yet. The Americans, meanwhile, have Task Force 16 and Task Force 17. I think Task Force 17 is the Yorktown under Spruance. Yep, that's the actual admiral in charge at the moment. Sorry, Admiral Fletcher. That's the actual admiral in charge at the moment. Task Force 16 is Enterprise and Hornet and all their flagships, and all their escort ships. Those guys are somewhere in here. So 2 of these are real, and the other 10 are fake. Rasmus has no idea which one is which. In fact, at the moment, he has sort of standing orders, which I have to copy over because I screwed up the map file. He's under orders. He has to attack Midway before noon on day 1, unless I attack him with carrier aircraft or he detects one of my carriers. He's ordered to search. He's like, there could be American carriers in the area, so he gets to launch search planes, at least when the sun comes up. But at the moment, he has no idea there are American carriers in here. He is required by orders and by history to launch at least 100 planes against Midway by noon on day 1. Right now it's midnight. Unless he spots one of my carriers, or I attack him with carrier aircraft. Because then Nagumo, who's aboard IG and Akagi on one of these task forces, now he knows there are American carriers confirmed in the area, and he's allowed to change his mission. That was the orders he had in hand at the time. There's also a very tiny task force, either 13 or 14. He doesn't know which is which. I haven't recorded off camera, obviously, which one is real, which one isn't. That's the Midway Defense Patrol and Refueling Force. It's literally like 10 PT boats and 2 destroyers. Something like that. A very, very minor force. But it's sort of a last line of defense in case he actually goes for Midway itself. So with all that out of the way, I'll catch up on Mr. Chat. And we'll get started here. So Walkabout Games has joined us. Hello, how's it going? Thanks very much for joining us, Walkabout Games.
And Ben joined us.
Piotr says Jim is preaching. That's messed up, Piotr. You're supposed to support your fellow team members. That's not very cool. It wouldn't be Jim if he didn't. I'm going to end the stream now if you want to keep making fun of me. I'm just kidding. Long story short, update your historical knowledge. Ben says this is going to be awesome. Thanks very much, Ben, for coming by. Peter's asking if Ben's doing pizza today. The Mighty O is now a reef. Yeah, they blew her up just off the Florida Panhandle. They sank her up right in the Gulf of Mexico. It's either off Pensacola or Panama City, something like that. And yeah, A nice new hotel for millions of fish. Yeah, perfect for diving, Piotr says. Yep. Not only too many moving parts, says John. I guess we're talking about Japanese operational planning. The Japanese plans had no slack in them. Everything was far too rigid in the timetable. Yeah, the whole idea that no plane survives first contact with the enemy. Well, in the Pacific, no plane survives first contact with the water. Because Pacific. And there happens to be a lot of water in the Pacific. So you may want to have your plan with just a little bit more flexibility. The Americans, on the other hand, had the opposite problem. American plans were too loose. Specifically, their chains of command. I mean, Leyte Gulf, even Midway to a certain point, it's half the battles American officers arguing with each other. The whole idea of a unified chain of command, up to the very top levels, the 5-star levels. Half the theater is with MacArthur, half of it's with Nimitz. How about you pick one and you throw all your resources at that? And yeah, Americans almost had the opposite problem in a lot of ways. This game is definitely not for the dataphobes, is what Jen says. This is actually a light game. If you want a serious carrier-based game, try Flat Top by Avalon Hill. You'll be at it till Christmas. And that doesn't even do Midway. That only does the smaller carrier battles in the Solomon Islands. That game will put a whooping on you, man. That's like the advanced squad leader of Pacific games. All right, so I've talked way too much. As a team member, I need to keep my fingers crossed for Rasmus. Okay, so we know where Piotr's loyalties lie. No worries.
Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, so we've got our map straightened out. I won't apologize for talking too much. I will apologize for screwing up that map file, but it's all straightened out now. Okay, it is now 1 minute after midnight, 4 June 1942. Battle of Midway is about to begin. Okay, so task force movement. We resolved damage control. No one's damaged yet. There are no crippled ships to sink. We know the sun is already down. The Japanese moved the first task force. So pick any one of your task force markers. And again, guys, what we're assuming here, again, 20 nautical miles to the hex, 4 hours to the turn. Everyone's doing high speed. They can't quite do flank speed, at least not sustained. So it's considered, or it's assumed to be 25 knots for these task forces, even though many of these ships could technically do 28, 30, sometimes 32 or even more. But there's course corrections within the hex, there's high seas, there's shifts in formation, and so on and so forth. So we're sticking with 5 hexes of movement for all task forces.
Yep, so we'll start with Task Force 7, and they'll move southeast.
1, 2,
5.
3, 4, 5. Cool. The Americans will move 1. Okay, over to your turn.
Well, 9 will do the exact same thing.
Okay, over to you.
We'll do the same thing with 8.
Neither of us want to move our carriers yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, oop. Alright, over to my turn. I gotta start moving some carriers. That ain't right, I say. That's good enough.
And
Okay.
yeah, we'll do 10.
So here come the Japanese Marines, their little landing fleet, and the battleships and heavy cruisers that are supporting them. Kondo's force has practically no carriers. I think it has like 1 light carrier with some seaplanes in it and so on. But there are some battleships and even scarier heavy cruisers, because there's like 8 of them in there. There is a lot of surface gunnery in either task force 7 or 8. I don't know which. One of those is real, one of them isn't. I'm assuming, 8 or 9 is the Marines. So basically, I'm assuming that they're going to be right next to each other. That's a big assumption. Rasmus, do not correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, this is real or this is real. At least that's my operations room prediction for the moment. All right, so now it's my turn again. So task forces are allowed to pass through each other. They're never allowed to stack. because, as we see, many of these task forces are like 20 ships, sometimes even more, and these hexes are only 20 miles wide, i.e. the task force takes up the entire hex.
So, let's see.
Yeah, now he's got to move real ships, guys, because these 3 are technically not on the map yet. Uh-oh, are you still with us, Rasmus? We may have lost Rasmus temporarily. Let me see if I can get him back. Hold on a second, everybody. Rasmus, are you still with us? Alright, let me see if I can get Rasmus back. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, and I could hear you fine and dandy all the way through, so...
Oh, yeah, it's my connection that's poor. What the hell? Look at that. Huh. Alright, we're back in it now, so... Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Alright, which task force do you want to move before we disconnection again?
If you share the screen...
oh, that's right. I had to restart the call. Sorry.
We'll take the top one, and he'll move down just like the others. So
southeast.
Yep. I mean, Midway is the goal, isn't it? So.
Okay. It could be a real task force. Could not be a real task force. I've already moved 5 and 6. I got to keep track of which ones I've moved. Which ones I have. 1, 2, 3, 4 is good.
And then we'll take the next one, and he'll move northeast.
You guys think? You think Task Force 2 is real, folks, or what? Is he being a little too aggressive? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's not in range to strike Midway, but he can't launch. Well, it's the middle of the night. We can't launch aircraft right now, anyway. All right, over to me. Alright, that's good for Task Force 2.
The next one will go well, it'll try to move in a straight line. So 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, zigzagging.
So basically he's just heading
yep.
due east. Okay?
Yep.
Yep, alright, I caught the right number of hexes. Back where he was. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn to port. Alright, number 8's done.
And we'll take the next one, and he'll go due east as well. And the next one will go almost due east. His last one will go southeast.
1, 2, 3, 4. Then he makes a slight adjustment southeast.
Yep.
Like so.
So, yep, that'll do.
Yeah, that ain't right.
I think there's something American in that general area.
Turn 4 is done.
And the last one will go due east.
Yeah, so Piotr says Task Force 2 is a bit obvious, but yeah, it may be using reverse psychiatry on me. So, reverse psychology. He wouldn't just send his carrier straight into the teeth of the... Well, maybe he was. He could... Task Force 2 could get into strike range at Midway by the time the sun comes up. Because there's going to be another turn that starts at 0400 hours. He can move 5, and then the range of most strike aircraft in this game is about 9 or 10 hexes. So basically, your strike range really is like 14 hexes. So yeah, Task Force 2 could suddenly double back southeast and easily get in range of Midway by the time the sun comes up anyway. Alright, so all the Japanese have now moved. I just have these remaining forces to move. I think that's everything of mine moved.
I think so, yeah.
Yep. Alright, cool. So there's our new situation at 0400 hours. So the sun's just starting to come up. Okay, so everyone's moved. Alternate task force movements. Normally we would declare combat air patrol, but again, it's still darkness. You can't launch combat air patrol at night in these days. The Americans declare if the B-17s have left Midway. I am going to declare they have not left Midway. Because it's the middle of the night. You can't strike me right now anyway. Okay, so now we move airborne aircraft. We can't move airborne aircraft. There are no airborne aircraft. Launch or move scouts. So the only aircraft that are allowed to take off at night are my Catalinas. I'm going to launch 2 of my Catalinas. They can't spot anything because it's night, but they can launch. So 2 of my Catalinas are taking off from Midway. They have a movement of... Wrong table. They have a movement of... Come on, Catalina. They get to stay in the air for 4 turns, and they move 25 hexes per turn. They have a total speed or total operational range of about 2,000 miles, and their missions do last at least 16 hours. I think the longest one on record was like 32 hours. This is the days before aerial refueling. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So the idea is when the sun comes up, I'll hopefully be able to start spotting. I just want to know which one of these is real. So we'll see what happens there. That will be it for my launches. No one can launch strikes yet because it's dark. There's nobody in base-to-base contact, so there's no gunnery. Resolve submarines. You can't do that in a darkness turn. And of course, there's no landings yet. That completes turn 1.
Nice and easy.
Oh, it's going to get rough. When we finally come to grips with each other, that one turn's going to take an hour. But it's an Oriskany game. It's nothing. Holy shit, the whole game just happened.
And I'm home alone. I don't mind. I got all day.
0400 on 4 June. We start the turn over again. There's no damage. There's no crippled ships. It is now a daylight turn. The sun's coming up. It's the middle of the Pacific. Not really near the equator. We're at 30 degrees north. But historically, Nagumo's first strike was launched at 4:20 in the morning. Yeah, and it lasts until 8. This turn does, so it's technically a daylight turn. So the Japanese move their first task force.
Well, we'll start with the task force 6. And
Task Force 6, okay.
And that'll move southeast for 3, and then zigzag due east for 2.
Like so?
Yeah.
He's getting awfully close, guys. Awfully close. And he's being very cagey and making course corrections in the middle of his turn. So I'm starting to think Task Force 6 could be an actual thing. But we'll see. It's literally a shell game at this point. 200, a week's supply. Oh, we're talking about something else. Piotr, if I do pizza, it won't be here for a few hours. I have to roll about 200 cigarettes while I listen tonight. That is hopefully more than a week's supply. But the way I've been smoking these backwoods cigarillos, I will not judge. Okay, so it's my turn to move a thing. Do I sacrifice my my PT boats now, folks, to actually identify one of these guys?
Did I get close enough?
One, I can never move. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not cheating here. It can never be more than 3 hexes from the Midway Atoll. So 1, 2. If I move there, I will be 1, 2, 3 hexes away from Midway, and I will then be adjacent, and that's a surface contact in daylight. 14 could also do it, because one of them isn't even real. One, 2. Okay, we both now have to reveal. Is 13 real, or is your Task Force 6 real?
Task Force 6 is just a mirage.
Is a mirage. Task Force 13 is real. That's the actual PT boat force. And he says, oh shit. And yeah, you now know that. So that is identified. I'll make like the different color so it's easier to tell. And a little bigger. Alright. So now, technically you know Task Force 14 is fake.
Yep.
Because you know 13 is real. Alright, cool. Awesome. We now go to your turn.
Well, we'll go to 7, I'll go due east.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. It only goes 5, dummy. Alright, cool. Over to me for my turn. Task Force 10 is moved.
We'll take Task Force 9 following with 7.
Here's number 8.
And yeah, we'll do we'll do Task Force 8. It'll go southeast.
Alright. The dog agrees.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'll stay put there. There's number 11, or yeah, number 11.
And Task Force 10 will follow Task Force 8.
Alright, and then don't forget you get to bring on these 3 from
yeah.
Oh no, he actually enters the table this turn. So it looks like... Go ahead.
Is it my turn or your turn? Sorry.
Yeah, I just moved number 11.
Yep. So we'll take one of Yamamoto's ones, and I'll skirt just along the...
So first of all, they get to enter anywhere north of 30 north. So where are they entering? Or first of all, which task force? Where are they entering, and then where are they going?
Let's get in where I can actually see the numbers. We'll enter task force 11, and he'll enter just above the and then go due east.
Now again, only one of those is real, folks. I don't know which one is which. But he's a long way off. He's like 300 nautical miles away, at least. I don't have to worry about him right now. The thing about Navy ships, they do 25 miles an hour, roughly 25 knots, really, which becomes like 28 miles an hour. But they do that shit 24 hours a day. You'd be surprised how quick they roll up on you.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so it's over to me now. It's number 7.
And we'll go to 12. And they'll enter 2 north of the,
Okay.
And then due east.
Alright, there's Task Force 1.
And we'll go to 13, and he'll enter just north of it and go southeast.
Alright. There's 2 done.
We'll go to 5.
Alright.
And he'll go southeast. And 4 will go southeast. Well,
Just straight a 5 in a straight line?
in a straight line, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Alright, 4 is done.
Can we zoom in just a tad?
Sure. Yeah, all the other stuff way back has moved. This is
Yeah.
much what's left.
We'll go to Task Force 1.
Okay.
And he'll go 4 southeast. And just take up position behind that one.
Cool. Alright, so I've moved. These are the 4 I have left to move. I've moved 2, I've moved 12, I've moved 4. Okay, I'm just keeping track of
Yeah.
what's going on here. That's too close. Alright.
And then we'll grab 3, and he'll go due east, ending up just north of the Cure Atoll.
Task Force 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Base-to-base contact. Is Task Force 4 real or not?
It's another Mirage.
Task Force 9 is also a Mirage.
I wonder why, since you ran it into one of mine.
Yeah, so guys, that's to sort of abstractly show the PT boats that aren't in our order of battle. Some American PT boats are in the order of battle, not all of them. There are Japanese PT boats that are deliberately left out of the order of battle. Again, we're handling submarines in somewhat of an abstract manner, and all the auxiliaries, all the tankers, tugs, auxiliary ships, cargo ships. Hell, there's civilian traffic out here. It also is the only way to make a double blind game really work without 2 tables and a referee. But,
Yeah.
cool. I think, I believe Task Force 2 is your last one.
It's the last one, yeah, and he'll make a break for the southeast.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's, like I said before, guys, he might double back and be within striking range of Midway Atoll. So, I have 2 to move. I have 5 and 3. The area is 3, because you've moved all yours now, right?
Yep.
Alright, 5 is the last one. Did I screw that up? No, I did not.
No, it's right to hold 2 out of range of just being run into.
Blundered into by my ghosts.
Yep.
Well, I didn't always do that. I do that with some ships.
Yep.
I'm really getting suspicious about Task Force 5. He's way too far south. He's trying to stay in range of Midway while out of range of my real forces. He may have done it. He may have done it. Okay, the sun is now up. So, there's going to be a few more phases to this turn. So, real quickie, I think there's more... I hope there's more gunnery than in the real-life battle. Yeah, the real-life battle was basically done. I'd love to see a task force that's engaged in a surface action also get hit with a carrier strike. It could technically happen. Especially if he actually gets troops near Midway. Because that's when you start bombing it with everything. And he's bombarding me with his battleships and cruisers. I am counter-bombarding him with marine shore batteries, and I can still bomb him. The Americans will never choose to engage in a gunnery battle with the Japanese. Not in this battle. The biggest ship I have is a heavy cruiser.
I got a few of those.
You got a few. A few dozen. He's got many more heavy cruisers, and then he's got, I think, 8 battleships on top of that. So, alright, so over here to the turn sequence. The sun is now coming up. Declare combat air patrol. Which task forces you want to reveal which ones are which. So, just to be super quick, Task Force 17 will put up one of its 2 fighter groups, and then that's combat air patrol for Task Force. So I'll just put them up over here, which ones are on basically my A squadrons. F1, F2, F3. So, long story short, each carrier, Enterprise, Yorktown, and Hornet, are putting up half of their... Actually, slightly less than half. That's B. It doesn't really matter, but let me just be a little precise. 2B and 3B. Alright, yeah, there are my 3 combat air patrols. Are you launching any combat air patrols? You don't have to, obviously you don't tell me which of your... Notice I'm not putting my...
by the...
so anywhere near the task force, because we haven't spotted any carriers
yet. The carrier group will put up 1...
you've got 4 total, basically one from each carrier. They're all...
Yep.
In fact, they're all exactly the same.
We'll put up 1.
Okay. So he's going to be offensive. He's going to send most of his fighters, guys, on a escort of a strike. Oh, I guess I should also put up combat air patrol over Midway. That's going to be pretty much all my Wildcats, which aren't very many. My Buffaloes are up. My Buffaloes are up, and my stupid Wildcats are up. Midway's going to be pretty defensive at the moment. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be eating an airstrike soon. So, yeah. So this looks scary, guys. This 21 fighters. The problem is they're only Marines, and they're only in B and F2F Buffaloes. Sorry, man. No disrespect to your Buffaloes. These are, if you look up what a Buffalo looks like, you'll be in for a laugh. It looks like something you'd see in the Rocketeer. It's actually kind of adorable. All right, so you know the Hellcat is like a slightly longer, sleeker version of the Wildcat. So the Buffalo is like the fatter version. It goes from Buffalo to Wildcat to Hellcat. It's actually kind of adorable.
There's a reason why they called it a Buffalo.
If Botticelli painted a painting of a fighter, it would look like the Buffalo. She's a thick girl. She's got curves.
Baby got back.
Oh yeah. All right, so that's combat air patrol. Make sure I'm not missing anything. It's up to you, but some of these other guys do have some carriers.
They might as well put. I was about to ask if the light carrier out there had some combat air patrol that they can put up.
Right. So, oh god, I don't remember my own tables now. Really? Let me look that up. Yamamoto has none, but he's so far away nobody can reach him right now. These are Yamamoto's planes. This would be Fighter 5 and Torpedo 6. Fighter 5 and Torpedo 6. That's the Zuiho. That is Second Fleet. So Second Fleet can put up 12 fighters if he wants.
That'll put up 12 fighters for when those Catalinas get too close.
Okay. And then the actual invasion force can put up 16 fighters. These are Zeros, sort of, with float planes attached to them. They're not the best.
Well, we'll put them up for air patrol anyway.
Yeah, 16 and 8. All of them? Yeah, 'cause you're not actually going to strike anybody.
And that is my invasion force. That is what I'm trying to keep safe.
Okay. Alright, so we've now... we've declared cap. Do the Americans declare the B-17s have left Midway? Hell no. You guys are going to do something this time around. Move airborne aircraft. Yes, we do have some airborne aircraft up. Catalinas. We're going to try and detect Task Force 7. Catalina is going to try and detect Task Force 8. So, I've now moved my airborne aircraft. We'll resolve all that when we get to that part of the turn.
Yes.
Okay, now we launch and move all the other scouts, the ones that don't stay up for more than one turn. Excuse me. Oh, wait a minute. How far was that movement? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so C2 moved 5. And C1 moved 4. Alright, cool. It's because I moved the rest of my movement after I either fail or succeed to spot, and then you fail or succeed to shoot me down.
Yep.
Alright, cool. So, launch or move scouts. Alright, cool. We start off with the Japanese, and we alternate. Now, it's kind of... The scout planes have a movement. These are pretty much all scout planes off of your cruisers and battleships. They have a flight range of 12. Did I meant to do that? Yeah, because that's everybody's. Okay. They have a flight range of 12. So, obviously, you would want to put your... I think it's going to be pretty easy. You want to put your flight group, your scout groups, in a place where they're within 12 hexes of more than one of your task forces, so you're not giving away which one of your task forces is real.
So we'll want to put some on your task force 6.
Okay, so you've got a grand total of 4 float planes off of your 4 cruisers. Or actually, 2 off your cruisers, 2 off your battleships, which was historically there. Okay, so you said task force 6 was going to be one of them?
Oh, yep.
Okay.
And we'll put one on the 2 closest ones to me.
2 and 5, or 2? No, 5 and 3. That would be.
Oh, yep.
Okay, you got one more.
I will put it on 4.
Task force 4. Cool. Alrighty. Okay. It's up to you. Historically, Nagumo launched 2 of his Val dive bombers. Also has scouts that would be subtracted from your strike strength. It's only one. It's up to you.
Right now, no.
Okay, cool. So you have your Val, your Ds remain the same. So these guys are not
appearing.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. That will be it for your scouts then. Sorry, not for your for your scouts, because these guys are too far away to launch scouts. All right, cool. I will now start launching my scouts, which are, oh god, please don't tell me I forgot to make pieces for these. I don't have that many. Scouts 1, 2, and then a bunch off of these cruisers. So scouts 1 through 7. Are you kidding me? I forgot to make these scout pieces. Alright, it's easy to fix. Super fast.
Yep, copy paste.
Yep. The Wonder and Majesty. That is editable counters. Scout 1. 1 plus. Now the reason there's a plus under there, everybody, is there's one plane in the air, but these cruisers carry more than one scout. So if you shoot down, if anyone shoots down one of these scouts, it gets shot down for tactical purposes. In other words, it's shot down, and we count it as an aircraft lost. But don't be surprised if you see that same counter regenerate and pop up again as they launch. Like USS Astoria carries 4 scouts, so I've got one of them in the air right now. I can only have one operational at a turn.
But there are 4 on board.
Yeah. So one last one here, number 7. Now, just because a scout shows up over your force does not mean he is detected. Because trust me, it is, if you read about Midway, it is nuts.
It's hard taking notes when you're sitting doing it into your own lab.
Yeah.
While trying to fly a plane and.
I don't think he would put his real one in front. I'm guessing number 1 might be the real one, but I'm totally guessing on that. All right, cool. Those are all my scouts. All scouts are now over. We have all combat air patrols up. We have all scouts up. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Okay, so sighting checks. This is all simultaneous. All right, the Japanese also sometimes get better. Well, let me rephrase that. The Japanese actually get worse sighting and spotting checks than the Americans do, unless it's the Army or the Marines, because they're not nautical pilots. They're not trained for that. So we'll see what happens. All right, cool. We'll start off out here to the west, and we'll just work our way eastward. Okay, so first of all, Catalina number 2 is going to try and spot Task Force number 7.
Yes.
So, back here to the tables. Spotting checks. Catalina spots on a 2+. We've been going for over an hour, and it's our first dice roll. Thanks everybody for hanging with us. We're finally getting into it now. And of course, my dice box is out of focus. There we go. Okay, 2+. Of course he fails. He flies right past it and doesn't see it. If your fighters or flak engage it, obviously you can't if it's not a real counter. But if you engage it, you automatically give your position away. So if that is a real counter, it's up to you. I would suggest you do not open fire.
If it were a real counter, it won't shoot.
All right, cool. My other one has the same roll in the south. He rolls a... sorry, the camera's not showing. He rolls a 2. He does spot, barely. I gotta change my dice. These suck.
Yep.
All right, I'm getting all my bad rolls out of the way first. All right, so task 4... Okay, now I have to report. Because not only is it a sighting thing, it's also a reporting thing. Reporting, Catalina's 2+. Because this is literally their whole purpose in life.
Yep.
Okay, he did spot and report you. Okay, so I have a fix on counter number 8. Is counter number 8 real or false?
It's false.
It is false. Nice. Alright, so nobody is going to shoot at or intercept Catalina number 1. No one's going to shoot at Catalina number 2.
Had it been the other way around, I might have done it, but...
Right. Okay. So... Again, we're making our way further over. Okay, we got a bunch more here. Oh boy. Alright, number 5. I got 2 scouts. I'm going to roll 2 chances to spot with non-Catalina scouts. American Navy spots on a 3+. This is why I put 2 planes there. 2 dice on a 3+. Barely succeeded. Dude, these dice suck. Alright, now to report. I believe it's a 2+ again. American Navy is a 2+. Okay, so only 1 guy spotted, so only 1 guy gets to make the roll. 2, he barely made it. Dude, these dice are ass. Alright, so they think we're playing Pendulum here. Okay, so I have a fix on counter number 5. Is counter number 5 real or false?
Let's just say that the fighter planes want to engage you.
Nice, I thought so. Number 5 is we found the carriers, folks. We have found American carriers.
Japanese carriers.
What did I say? Americans? The
Yeah.
Americans have found the Japanese carriers. Okay. Task Force 5 is confirmed. You spotted them. Nice. Barely. Oh, God. All right, sweet. So we have... okay, now we see what happens to those scouts. They make the report, and off they go. Now, it's going to seem very poor, because the way a scout plane works is it kind of hedges up near where they think the enemy is. They can spot from 10 to 15 miles away, and they don't really get any closer. They get just close enough to count the ships and then they haul ass. So anti-aircraft and scouting is pretty bad. It's going to get, interception and anti-air is pretty bad. Interception and anti-air, when it's an actual strike, gets freakishly more deadly than you're about to see here. Here, it's almost a formality.
It's one plane far out on the horizon.
Yeah, now they know, you've been spotted. You don't have to play, I don't know if I've been spotted or whatever. Trust me, your guy in the radio, this is how you know whether or not to open fire if the guy misses his spotting checks. It's radio intercept.
Yep.
Your guy on your CIC is listening to my radio, and he's shouting, "Hey, I'm at these coordinates. I just spotted 1, 2, 3. It looks like 4 Japanese carriers." And they're like, "Sir, they spotted us. Okay, send in some fighters, because fuck it. I mean, they already know where we are." All right, cool. So, I wrote down rules for this. Make spotting checks. All eligible scout units are placed over enemy targets. If successful, spotting check also makes a D6 reporting check. You did that. Only if both checks are reported, then the TF marker. Okay, cool. If real, identify which task force is present and the status of the cap. So we know that you have one, probably Akagi's fighter group up.
Yep.
Sweet. So scouting aircraft can, there's no do in there, can spot and report from 10 plus miles away. Spotting reporting checks are already done. Doesn't mean the scout escapes and returns home, however. Anti-spotting, anti-aircraft defense. Due to the extreme range and altitude, fighter and AA fire is greatly reduced. Each carrier, battle group, and cruiser only counts as 1 AA point. Every other destroyer counts as 1 AA point. That's because the destroyers are in a ring around the battle group, and as the scout plane moves closer to the battle group, only half of the destroyers will ever be able to reach me.
Yes.
Alright, so we are looking at, nevertheless, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's this group right here. So it is 9 points plus 11 divided by 2. We'll count that as 6. 15 anti-aircraft points. Get ready with 2d6. 2d6, you're at 15. Roll. Scout planes are negative 1s. What the hell is it? Sequential scout planes are negative 2. Roll 2d6 and subtract 2 from your final result.
Roll to 9, so 7.
9 becomes a 7. That is 2 points of damage. These scout planes only have 1 point of damage each, right? Yes. Cool. So that is... There are 2 flight planes here. That is 2 planes shot down.
I drew first blood.
Technically, that's true.
For the Emperor.
Okay, so that was the last thing they did. They've been shot down and they've splashed in the sea. The Japanese fighters never even had to engage. All right, cool. We can just go ahead and skip past all this other stuff. Well, let me be cool and just kind of go through the motions here, because above board we know these 3 are fake.
Yep.
But super fast, these 2 scouts. Okay, 2 spotting successful checks, 2 reporting checks. They got it. Alright, Task Force 1 is fake. Task Force 3 has 1 scout over it. Spotted them. Did report. Okay, 2 over here on Task Force 2, just also to shake off these bad rolls. Failed, succeeded, only 1 reporting check. He made the reporting check. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, the American carriers are going to find the Japanese carriers first. Okay, these guys then land, because this is how it happens in 1 4-hour turn. Now we come here to the Japanese scout planes. Okay, your rolls. Okay, so scout plane number 4.
Yes.
Japanese Navy, 4 plus the spot.
A 2.
Okay, so he does not spot. He does not report. So that's it for that. Scout number 2. That is Kaga's for Task Force 3.
Another 2.
Okay. Scout number 3. That's Soryu's.
5.
Okay, make a reporting check. His reporting check is a little better. Hold on.
6.
He made it. Oh no! Because Task Force number 4 is real. Task Force number 4 is real. Task Force number 4 is Task Force 17. You spotted USS Hornet, USS Enterprise. Damn you! All right, so Task Force 4 is. Oh, you know what I should do? Put these little IDs on here, so we can keep track of which ones are. Oh no! So here's where Nagumo gets that infamous message: enemy force is accompanied by what appears to be an aircraft carrier. That would have been nice to know an hour ago. So that was the pilot failing his reporting check.
Yeah.
This time, history turned out a little bit differently. The commander, the pilot of the scout plane, I think that was Tonei's scout plane, came back with an actual correct report. Yeah, we spotted a carrier, sir. Oh wait, shit, make that 2 carriers. We're making it sound really easy, but it's not. That's why we have these die rolls. Okay, so Task Force, I should say, yeah, Scout number 1. Go ahead.
Have 1.
Alright, he has no idea. So these 3 fakes remain in place. Okay, so we know this one was real. That was my big task force. So he might get shot down. Because there's a lot of anti-aircraft in that. I think USS Atlanta's in that, which means he's really in trouble. An anti-aircraft cruiser. Yep, USS Atlanta. Alright, so yes, you found Task Force 16. You found all these ships. That is 1 for each of those. That's 8, and then every other cruiser. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half will make it 5. 5 plus the original 8 is 13. Your scout plane is -2. I am on this row. Tell me when this starts to look like the mass driver table in Dark Star.
Yeah, it seems vaguely familiar.
Because the other way to do it is to roll once for each ship or once for each gun. That's just a shit ton of D10s. That gets old real fast. Alright, so I have to subtract 2 off my roll. Shoot down that Japanese scout. Wow, I used up my best roll of the game on a stupid scout. He got smoked, man. So yeah, the equivalent of that is Imperial troops have entered the base. Imperial troops have... So Soryu's scout is off to rejoin its ancestors. Actually, no, those aren't the carrier scouts. That's going to be one of the cruisers. What am I saying? That is... Not that it really matters. Your 4th heavy cruiser. Oh, Jakuma's. Jakuma's scout just got blown out of the sky. But he did his job.
Yep.
Okay, so again, the fighters didn't even have to attack. Alright, that takes care of scouting. I know that was a little tedious, guys, but that, I mean, you read about Midway, finding the enemy is the biggest thing. Alright, so we've done that, we've done all that. Okay, we now launch strikes.
Yep. So
you
how...
no longer have to hit Midway before midnight. You have spotted an American carrier. In fact, by history, about 4 hours early. You're already doing a little better than Nagumo.
A little lucky. But let's see. How far is it up? How many hexes is it to the Task Force 4?
Ooh, I mentioned this earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I didn't count that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Really?
And
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I don't think we're in range
yeah.
of each other yet.
But I don't need to hit Midway this turn.
No, you're no longer required to. That rule is officially off the table. You have found an American, at least one American carrier.
Yeah. What I'm tempted to do is make a run at Task Force 13.
You gonna sink all my PT boats?
Yep.
I couldn't argue with that.
So, we'll hit them.
Okay, you can launch everything but your combat air patrol at them.
Why not?
the rest of Akagi's air group?
Yep. And the full air group from the two others.
No, 3 others.
Oh, 3 others, sorry.
Torpedo bombers, all these fighters, they practically have nothing to do because they have no combat air patrol over Task Force 13. But hey, they'll report. They'll keep everybody else honest. So yeah, there's a crap ton up there. Holy crap, Task Force 13 is smoked. All right. So that's all going to be in that hex. That's all going after Task Force 13. Okay. No worries. Midway dodges the mother of all bullets there. So what's going to happen instead is Midway.
Oh yeah, they can.
Is going to launch a lot at, and they have long range. They're a lot closer. So I'm going to launch everything but my combat air patrol at Midway, or from Midway to you. So scouts have no business being there. I've got dive bombers, more dive bombers of a different type, torpedo bombers, my B-17s, my B-24s, and that's it, because my other stuff can't quite reach 11 hexes. I don't think any of my stuff can reach 11. I'm almost positive it can. I got stuff that can go 10, but nothing that can reach 11. We spotted them at extreme scout range. Alright, cool. Unfortunately, I sent all my fighters up at Combat Air Patrol, so none of them can escort. The good news is he only kept 1 squadron in reserve for his combat air patrol. Yeah. So I'm going to take some pretty bad losses, but we're going to probably recreate a little bit of that first not so hot strike on the Japanese task force. Okay. So Ben says, yeah, the Buffalo, or says, nah, Buffalo planes were trash. John says it's the only Finns who got anything out of the Buffaloes. Yep. So I'm doing what I said I would be doing, painting while you game. Sure. Yeah, that's kind of what we expect with these streams. No one's going to be like...
Paying 100% for 8 hours.
At the stream or at the stream replay. It's not something that you watch, riveted to your screen munching on popcorn. Close rolls, Jim's dice, what do you expect? Yeah, I'm not doing the greatest so far. 833 Grognards. Sweet, we picked up a subscriber today. Awesome. Ben says send in the dive bombers. I'm going to try, however, these dive bombers are not so hot. It pains me to say it, but these are Marines. They're flying older dive bombers, and though even when they have the new dive bombers, the Dauntlesses, they don't really know how to use them right. They use them in glide attacks, so the numbers do reflect that. They're not going to do as well as Navy dive bombers. It's not McCluskey and Bess coming at these guys, that's for sure. Just coordinate the attack. I would love to, except I'm slightly out of range, Piotr, and I'm probably going to lose a lot of this force, but if I can maybe put a hole in at least one Japanese carrier, that'll be awesome. Army and Air Force, Navy and Army Air Force coordinate, no chance. It was hard enough for the Navy to coordinate with themselves, let alone with other branches. So here we're seeing some Army and Marine coordination, but at least they're all taking off from the same place. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and resolve these strikes. Oh god, let's do the murder of Task Force 13 first. Oh boy.
That might be a miss.
Get back to my charts. Charts. If nothing else, it is proper Japanese aggression. We found something with an American flag on it, blow the shit out of it. So maybe we should keep up. Just go! Go! Alright, but in all seriousness. Alright, let me get back to the charts here. There's a lot going on here. Okay. Scouts. We've done that part. Airstrikes. We've done all this. Oh! Each aircraft unit in the strike must now make a D6 coordination check. For the Americans, this is slightly worse than the Japanese. The Japanese are better at this than we are. So, I forgot about this part. All right, so get ready to roll a bunch of D6s. D1, 2+.
3.
He makes it to the target. T1.
4.
Makes it to the target. T4.
2.
Makes it to the target, barely. F4.
F4, rolled a 1.
All right, he is on a flight to nowhere. Somehow here-used fighters got detached, and who knows where they are. Delta 3, that's Soryu's dive bombers.
3.
Made it. Tango 2, that is Kaga's torpedo bombers.
4.
That's probably your most powerful single force. So it's good that they made it. Dive bombers from Hiryu.
5.
Made it. Torpedo bombers from Soryu.
6. They definitely made it.
Fighters from Soryu.
2.
Barely. Fighters from Kaga.
4.
Made it. Dive bombers from Kaga.
4.
Made it. Alright, so only one guy got lost. Alright, meanwhile, I will now roll for these guys. I have to roll a 3 up, because the Americans were not quite as good at this yet. And I am switching my dice, I'm telling you what. Those other ones are sucking ass. That's good enough for now. Cool. Okay, Delta 4. These are my dauntlesses. Make it. Delta 5. Does not make it. Damn it, my most powerful force gets lost. B-17s. Do make it. My B-26s. Do make it. And my 6 Avengers. Am I even showing my screen? They make it. Alright, so...
They
didn't make it. The only ones that did make it were probably my best unit. But no worries. Oh boy. Oh, 17 were the Vindigators. The Vindicators. The Vindicators. The 19 are the Dauntlesses. Did the Dauntlesses make it? The Dauntlesses did make it. Okay, I lost my Vindicators. My friggin' Marines got lost on the way to the target. You guys are making all the stories true. You're apparently eating crayons or something. I don't know. If you actually manage to hit something with your level bombers, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, man, I don't hold your breath. But it is possible. One thing that might help me out here is just because of game, I sent in all 17 B-17s. For some reason, historically, they never sent all 17 at once. I think they sent 9 in their strikes, their 2 strikes, and of course those 9 managed to miss everything. So I've got a little bit less than twice as many. So who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky with 1 bomb. All right, cool. So we got the strikes all set up. Let's do Task Force 13 first. That's going to be a short and bloody battle there. All right, units, that's okay. There is no interception. We can skip this whole spot because there's no fighters over Task Force 13. Find the attacking fighters. Attack versus. Okay, there's no air-to-air combat. We can skip this whole part. Awesome. So we can skip these whole 2 paragraphs. Anti-aircraft. Once interceptions, counter-interceptions, and defensive fire have been resolved, surviving strike aircraft units, that's all of them, are then subject to a target task force anti-aircraft fire. AA value up to blocks of 50. Okay, so this is going to be actually remarkably simple because there's no fighters.
Yep.
Alright, so it's all these guys. Oh my god. Ones. 17s. We'll have a grand total of 18 points. Alright. Who do I want to shoot at? I am going to shoot at charts. I got plenty of targets.
Target which environment?
Yeah. I'm going to aim for the guy with the lowest defense modifier. I'm going for your Kate torpedo bombers. Japanese torpedo bombers are pretty scary. and they're somewhat easy to shoot down as they're making their attack runs. So basically, I know I'm pretty much toast here, guys. I'm just going to take as many Japanese planes with me as I can. Specifically, I am aiming at the Kate Torpedo Bombers from IJN Kaga. However, who knows, because that's a 20-mile hex. Who knows what's actually going on inside that hex? We're going to roll a quick dice here. AA attacks can be combined, but only up to blocks of 50. Before the AA attack is rolled, roll a d6. On a 3+, the designated air unit is actually attacked. So I'm choosing to shoot at IJN Kaga's torpedo bombers. You might not give me that chance. If you send your dive bombers in first, if you send who knows what happens, the gunners get confused.
Yep.
This is where you get all the torpedo bombers get shot down and it clears the sky for the dive bombers, as everyone heard. Even though it didn't really happen that way. Anyway, 3+. 2. I do not get to attack the aircraft I want. You get to pick the aircraft I attack.
Let's see. What do we have? We have a target-rich environment.
You got plenty to pick from. If nothing else, go for fighters because that's going to your strike, and they have the highest defense modifier.
I was about to say F3, so we'll put it on F3.
So the torpedo bombers are coming in, and for some reason the Zeros start to strafe my PT boats with their 20mm cannon or whatever. So my gunners start shooting at them instead. That's going to strengthen your attack and weaken my defense. But that's cool. If a 1 or a 2 is rolled, the strike player may shift. In other words, the guy getting struck. Oh no, the guy doing the strike may shift the target air unit to another unit. A attack still happens, but against the incoming strike unit of the attacker's choosing, not the task force player. Alright, cool. So now I'm up against Zeros, which have a -3. So I said 18, right? 18?
Yep.
18. I'm going to go to that row there, and I have to subtract 3 from my roll. Now would be a good time to roll another 12. Just saying. A 9, I'll take it. So that becomes a 6. That is 2 zeros shot down. And that's it for my anti-air defense. As bad as that is.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
Oh, Task Force 13. It was nice knowing you. They had the right idea. They know the Japanese carriers were skirting south, but now they're going to get hammered.
They got pulled out of position and...
Truth be told, I meant to do that with number 14. But by the time I realized what I had done, I'd kind of taken my finger off the piece. So, I deserve what's happening. Oh, God. Okay, so, you have a lot going on here. So... Ooh. But it's actually pretty simple once you get through all the defensive stuff. Bombs away. Torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and other bombers now have finally survived interception in AA. They now strike. Attacking player designates an area unit. Alright, so you pretty much pick a unit, and you say who is attacking. Fighters can't attack surface targets.
So we'll start with the T4 since that's the top one, and it'll go after the first destroyer.
For the Hiryu, the Flying Dragon, in comes torpedo bombers. So that's 18. It's 18 times 2. I do remember that because your torpedoes actually explode when they hit. Imagine that. Unlike American torpedoes of this period. Okay, so that's 18 times 2 is 36. It's the first number on that row. Okay, and which one of my ships are you attacking?
The first, there's 2 destroyers in there, yep. So we'll go after. We'll go after the first.
All right. This is going to be like freakishly easy. Like half these guys aren't even going to get to attack. But no worries.
Well, there's a lot of torpedo boats, so.
Yeah. Okay, so what do I say? Yeah, it's 18 times 2. It's 2 for a torpedo. Go ahead and roll 2d6 and see what you get.
11.
Oh my god. So you did 5 points of damage against the first number. on an American destroyer. The blue only has 4 points. Immediately sunk. So, okay, damaged, crippled, sunk, and then you hit the wreckage just out of spite. Boom!
Too many fish in the water.
The first ship has been sunk. Alright, we have skidded wildly off of history already. I should change the music to something else. Because it just got serious. Oh no! The blue just got broken in half and sunk. Let me know if the new music is too loud, John. Okay, next group of... That's it.
Torpedo. So we'll go for the torpedo number 2.
Oh my god. The Kaga with 27 attacks.
Because... and we'll put that on the other destroyer.
54 points, roll 2d6. Oh no.
Double 1.
Ooh, Snake Eyes. Nevertheless, you sank her. Because, oh no, you did 2 points. She's actually survived. Wow, you rolled Snake Eyes? That's awesome.
I'll throw these 2 dice across the room.
She is damaged, but she's still in it. That's okay, you guys. There's plenty of other stuff going on. Alright, back to this turn. That's this one done. Okay, did you want to wrap up Torpedo Bombers?
Yeah, so we'll do... we'll do that one then.
Sword use.
That's also T8, T1.
Oh yeah, totally after this. But I'm just putting them up here. F4 got lost. Attacked. Don't get to attack.
Yep. So it's
missing a fighter. Oh yeah, they got lost. Okay, so it's down to these guys. All right, so we just did T3 for 18. That's 36.
Yep.
All right, cool. Roll 2d6.
This one will be a 5.
5 is 4 more points. He finishes sinking the that second American destroyer. Come on. Alright, cool. Now there are just...
Torpedo boats.
BT boats. Now you can divide your force. Your remaining forces, you can divide everything once.
So we'll divide T1 once.
Okay,
so 2 18s.
So 1 19 or 1 9 to each. Yeah, 2 18s because they're 2 points apiece. Alright, cool. So let me get back to tables. 18 is here.
First one will be a 7.
That is 1 point of damage.
So the second one will be a 7. 1 point of damage.
2 total points of damage.
That's 1 torpedo boat down.
Yep. I mean, it only takes 1 torpedo, but you know, torpedo boats are going to be hard to hit with a torpedo. The ship is probably about as big as a torpedo is.
Yep. And then we got some dive bombers.
Alright, so dive bombers are also worth 2 points apiece, I think. Let me check that before I give you bad information. Oh, okay. There's a slight historical... what's the word here? Wrinkle. Tiny detail. Won't make a big difference, but it's just fun to put in the game. Hiryu has 2 different types of dive bombers. You have 16 Vals and 2 of the new Judies. So the Judies are worth 3. 2 times 3 is 6. Then 16 times 2 for the older Vals. There was a new type of Japanese dive bomber just coming out. The entire Japanese fleet has exactly 2 of these.
Yep.
That's why that one has that weird number there, 16/2. So whichever one you want to do first. You have 4 groups of dive bombers.
Well, we'll start with that group, and all, let's say, 16 plus, or 16 times 2 is 32, plus 2 times 3 is 6, so 38.
Yep. You just want to break that up into 2 17s, or... No, not 17s, 19s.
2 19s, yeah, let's do that.
My math is not the best sometimes. Alright, so 2 19s is right here.
first one will do 1 point of damage, I think, because it's a 7.
1 point of damage.
And the second part of the strike goes to an 8.
That is 1 point of damage. So that's another PT boat song. Why are you picking up my PT boats, man?
Because it's all that's left.
Alright, that takes care of Hiryu's strike group. We then go to Kaga's.
We'll put all into the next. Yeah.
So you're just going to do 36 all in one big shot?
Yes.
Cool. Watch him roll 12 now, guys. Alright, 36 points. Here we go.
5.
5 is 2 points. There you go. You sink it. My god, the carnage. All these PT boats. JFK just got killed. No, PT 109 is not in here. Okay, then we go to D3. That is Soryu's.
36 on the next one.
Okay.
Double 1 again.
Oh my god, that's a clean miss. These guys are dodging their asses off. You haven't really got one good roll on these PT boats yet. Alright, last but not least, we have Red Castle's air group. Makagi. 36 points.
36 points, and we'll put it on the luckiest torpedo boat alive.
Okay.
And that'll be 1 point of damage because it's a 6.
Well, if it's 36 and you did 6, that's 2 points.
2 points, oh.
Yeah, so he's
yeah, that's 36.
So 2 destroyers and 4 TB boats down. 4 PT boats down. Damn, it's harsh. Why you gotta beat up on my little PT boats like that?
Because they were in the way. I couldn't get to the carrier, so they had to pay the price.
How dare I not have flames? Just do it. Oh my god, they're too big. Not that big.
No, that was Hiroshima. Or...
Yeah. Alright, let me not get all wound up about this. Boom, we have some damage, actually a lot of damage on Task Force 13. Alright, cool. That wraps up that airstrike. Alright, so then these guys get home. Now getting home is an issue. As we see, there's planes ditching in the sea, planes getting lost, crashing on landing, and so on. So, last step of the recovery checks. Okay. So for each unit, this is something I should really have there on the table. Come on. Alright, for each one of these units, as they get home, we're going to make a roll for them. So try to roll as high as you can, obviously. Go for Hiryu's fighter group that got lost.
A 6.
A 6. 5 or 6, no aircraft lost. They got lost, but then they found their way home again. Okay?
Oh, they never came out to play properly.
Yeah. They circled the fleet once they came back. We got lost, sir. All right, let's just do all Hiryu stuff at once. All right, so Hiryu's torpedo group. D6.
A 4.
A 4. 1 aircraft is lost. Okay, Hiryu's
dive bombers. A 5.
5. No aircraft lost. All right, where's the last 4? Was that the fighters?
I think you got all of them.
There's only 3. There's only 3 per carrier. For some reason I thought there was 4. Okay, Soryu, fighter group.
86.
No fighters lost. These are experienced pilots. Dive bombers for Soryu.
5.
Nothing lost. Fighters for Oh, we just did freighters. Torpedo bombers for Soryu. Green Dragon.
A 5.
Nothing lost. Okay, next. Kagas fighters.
A1.
4 aircraft lost. Something happened there.
Of course, the fighters that didn't do anything in the whole thing.
Well, you got things like almost the entire Hornet air, like half of them crashed in the ocean. They never even found the Japanese. Cool. Kaga's dive bombers.
A6.
Nothing else there. Next, Kaga's torpedo bombers.
A6.
Nothing
I
else
like
there.
these dice.
Kaga's
A2.
torpedo bombers. No, we're on Kagi's now. 2. So torpedo bombers, 3 aircraft lost. And last but not least, Akagi's dive bombers.
Another 2.
3 of those lost. So that cost them quite a few aircraft.
It went well until the last 2 months.
Alright, so I get everyone back on the deck. Here's Kaga's group. The fighters for flying cap. That's Akagi's, sorry. Kaga. And then we have Soryu. And then we have here. For anyone who's interested, Akagi, Red Castle, Kaga, Increased Joy, Soryu, Green Dragon, Hiryu, Flying Dragon. Because Japanese have cool names for their ships.
Yep.
I mean, we have USS Enterprise, bitch. Come on, fire phasers, friggin' photon torpedoes. I want to see you fight that. Okay, these scouts are also back aboard there. Cruisers and battleships. Okay, cool. Now we do this one. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated because there is actually some fighters up. Okay, so D5 didn't make it. They're going to be back here in a minute. Okay, so these guys are coming in. D4s, D4. These are Dauntlesses. I believe flown by Marines, which is a bad thing. I'm sorry to say. They're a little bit less powerful than Navy Dauntlesses because Marines were using different tactics. It makes them easier to shoot down and harder to hit. Harder for them to hit. D4 is U.S. Marine Corps. All right, so they're using the Scout version of Dauntless. Okay, so you got 19 Dauntlesses, 6 Avengers, which is again the best torpedo bomber ever developed. They have the world's shittiest torpedoes, so they only have attack with strength of 1. We have the B-17s, which probably won't hit very much. And they're really tough to shoot down because they can attack. Obviously, they have guns to defend themselves, and they have a lot of points. They don't die.
They fly high.
Yeah, they don't die like one hit per hit, one plane per hit. Last but not least, we have Marauders, A-26 Marauders, which is basically a twin-engine version of the 17, sort of. It's a small version of the 17. So, the reason I said all that is because you get to choose now. In fact, you have to choose who your fighters are attacking.
They will go after the dive bombers.
Cool. No big surprise there. Okay, cool. So we have a little bit of a dogfight there. There's no escorting fighters, so there's no chance for me to counter intercept or anything like that. So we can skip that step. We then go straight to your attack versus me and my attack versus you. Because they do have tail guns. Right, you're going to come off the better of this deal. 18 fighters.
Yep.
This is going to be a slaughter. This is literally like BT-8 coming up. Oh, Lord. This is designed to be this way. Zeke fighters, or Zeros, have a 7. My Dauntlesses, Marine Dauntlesses, have a 2. So 7 minus 2 is 5. Your Zeeks are worth 5 points apiece. That's how that works in this dogfight. Okay, that's going to be a grand total of 18 times 5. 90 points. All right, you would roll 2d6 and get as high as you can.
A 7.
7 is 10 Dauntlesses shot down before they even get a chance to do their bombing runs. So we just went from 19 down to 9. Now all 19 of them do get to shoot back with their tail guns, which isn't really as impressive. So Dauntless Marine, okay. They have a 3 against your 3, which is 0, but it's going to be a 1 because you're attacking me.
Yep.
So it's 19 times 1 is 19. Alright, so I'm here on the 19 row. It's time to roll 2d6. Come on, Marines! Do it! Oh my god. Freaking embarrassing me. 3 points. 3 on the 16 table. I shot down on the 19 row, I'm sorry. I shot down exactly 1-0. Cross-referencing that with this.
Yep.
That would have been a really good time to really go down smooth. Okay, everybody else now goes in. Oh, wait, we have to do anti-aircraft. Oh, dear lord. There's a lot of anti-aircraft in this force. Oh, shit. There's a fair amount of anti-aircraft around this task force.
Yeah, but when you run from just Midway against the whole...
Oh, Lord have mercy. Alright, you have a total of 119 points. Okay, what happens when you just excel, add all that together? Alright, you can divide that up into blocks of 50. Or smaller, but it can never exceed 50. And then you say, like, okay, I'm going to put 30 points against this group and 20 points against that group, and however you want to do it. So, again, those are the points that are still in play.
So 119, and those are the points that are still in play. So if I put 50 against the Dauntlesses...
Okay. Now you can put more than 50 against the Dauntlesses, just not all at once. Because what happens is I get to subtract my defense penalty against that.
Yep.
So it has to have a cap on it as far as how much you can put in there at once. So charts, if I can find the stupid charts again. Alright, anti-aircraft table. They're using the same thing as the dogfight table. Alright, so 50 points against the Dauntlesses. My Dauntlesses Marines have a -2. Roll 2d6 and subtract 2 from the result.
It'll be subtracted 6.
So
Rolled an 8.
Okay, so that's 5 more. Yeah, so your adjusted was a 6.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's 5 more shot down.
We'll put another 50 into the Dauntlesses.
Alright, go for it. He doesn't like my Marines, man.
A 9.
Boom, there we go, now they're done. Alright, so 9 becomes 7. That is 6 more, there's only 4 more in the group. The Dauntlesses of that air group, Marine Air Group 22, are completely shot down. Just put them off to the side. Ooh. Okay, you've got 19 points left.
Let's see, we'll put those on the on B2, I think.
On my Marauders. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So 19 points versus a Marauder. Let me get the Marauders defense bonus here. Marauders defense bonus is -1. So you're on the 19 row, which is here. Roll 2d6, subtract 1 from that result.
A whole 5, so 1 will become 4. So I shot one down.
826 is shot down. This is the guy that tried to crash into the bridge. According to Japanese reports, that's never really been confirmed. Oh my god. Now, the reason it's not confirmed is I don't think hardly anybody survived it.
Yep.
Alright, cool. So that's what's left. 4 Avengers. No, 6 Avengers. 6 Avengers, they come in, they're worth 1 point apiece because my torpedoes are terrible. I've got the world's best torpedo bombers and the world's worst torpedoes. So they're all going to hit, but they're going to be guns most of the time. So full order of battle. And he is going to be... No, damn it. Avenger. Hits versus... Attack versus surface, yeah, it's only a 1. The 2 stars, yeah, it's only this low because of terrible American torpedoes. Alright, so the torpedoes are worth 1. And I'm pretty sure the Marauders are only worth 1 because Army bombers can't hit a moving ship. Same with the B-27. It's B-17s. Alright, so pretty much everything is worth 1. So that's going to be 23, 26. It's all worth 1. Make sure I got that right. Yes, 26 times 1 equals 26. I am going for Kaga. I'm on this row. Here we go, guys. Was it worth it? Kaga, suck on this. An 8. I'll take it. An 8 is 2 hits. It's the first number. So the first number is for airstrike. The one in parentheses is for gunnery. IJN Kaga has taken a bomb hit.
Oh, one of the terrible torpedoes hit.
It actually detonated for a change.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's not enough to really slow her down yet. Because 2 points is she's still technically okay. I haven't hit anything. DM is damaged. CR is crippled. SK is sink. Yeah, she can still recover her air. But she does have a hit on her. All right, I put something exploded on a Japanese carrier. Nice. All right, now T4. Do these guys make it back to base? Yes. B1. Ironically, B1 has 17 bombers in it. That's why I keep getting confused. The B-17s. They lose some B-17s on the way back. Fucking hell. You don't know how to fly home over water. It's all blue, man. There's no landmarks, literally. How am I supposed to find it my way back? I just lost 3 B-17s on that roll. Oh no! And now my Marauders, my 3 surviving Marauders. 4, I think I lost one. Yep, one of them has also crashed. Alright, and now they're all back on Midway. So I'm just going to put my little Midway group over here so we know where they are. Okay, and that will wrap up the strikes. It's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and we have found some of this stuff. This guy's flying combat infantry. Okay. Oh, I should also, we know Task Force 4 is real. Task Force 4 is real. That's going to be these 2 guys. They're flying combat air patrol. We still don't know where these guys are because you haven't found the Yorktown. Okay, guys, so we've now had our first couple of airstrikes with mixed results. Let's continue the turn 2. So we've done launch strikes, we've done all that. Resolve gunnery, no one's in gunnery combat yet. Resolve submarines. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do the submarines real quick. First, Task Force 5, actual Nagumo strike, looking for an 11 or a 12. Nope. Task for your Condos task force, the actual cruisers and battleships. Nope.
Close,
Asian fleet of transports. Nope. Yamamoto's main body. Yes, an American submarine just found Yamamoto's main body. I'm gonna put a torpedo in the Yamato. To answer Ben's earlier question, yes, the Yamato is on the table. She's way back here. So. However, my submarine just spotted her through her periscope. I'm going to put one of these right up Yamamoto's ass. Probably not, because the procedures are rich. Okay, so the procedure here, guys, is... Okay, yeah, one of my submarines has now detected a Japanese force. I can either try and detect him. In other words, okay, the submarine just found an enemy force. That submarine commander, actually, technically, believe it or not, doesn't work for me. Now gets to make a choice. Do I surface to report? They can't talk to you from under the water. This isn't modern day. They have all kinds of advanced communications. You have to surface to send in a radio message, which means he can't attack. There's no way you can attack a force like this on the surface. Or does he submerge to attack? Basically, do I want to know where he is, or do I want to attack him? I'm going to say, because he's not going to get close to me before night falls again, I'm going to go ahead and attack. In other words, even if I spot him now, it's going to get, you know what? I take that back, I'm going to spot him. I'm going to spot him. Alright, so...
you got Catalinas, etc. that can get all the way out there.
Yeah. Actually, those Catalinas have to turn around. They've already been aloft for 2 turns.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to take them 2 turns to get home. If I don't turn them around now, they're not going to make it. Submerge to attack. See, even then, you roll 1d6 for each. You know what? Just to be fun, let's go for it. Let's go for the more dramatic, just for the stream purposes. All right. So first of all, just for fun, this is 12 torpedoes or 12 submarines. Number 6. Don't tell me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The USS Nautilus. Same one as almost sank Hiroshima in real life. USS Nautilus just detected Yamamoto's main body. Oh my god, this is insane. Yeah, now that it's the Nautilus did the same thing. He said, the hell with reporting, I'm going to launch torpedoes. Okay, now I definitely know I want to launch torpedoes. There's no good tactical reason for it, but I'm going for it. Alright, now he does not tell me which one of these is real. This is just happening somewhere out in the ocean. I have no idea where this is happening. Because Nautilus does not take the time to call me. He immediately crash dived. He's now trying to penetrate through the Japanese destroyer screen, which is formidable. So, main body has 8 torpedoes. Rasmus, roll 8d6 and let me know if you get any 6s. I'm sure you'll get at least 1.
1, but only 1.
Okay, cool. So at least one of these destroyers found Nautilus, and of course once he does, he radios all the other ones. So all you need is 1. Awesome. Cool. So a 6 means the submarine has been detected. No 6s are rolled. Submarine remains undetected. This relaunches torpedo attack. If the submarine is detected, roll another d6 depth charge attack. Roll 1d6.
4.
4. The submarine is pinned by depth charges. The torpedoes miss and it is driven off. That's pretty much the end of the game. Submarines to penetrate enemy task force. Yeah, I don't get to launch torpedoes. So none of this actually happens. Long story short, I took a shot and nothing happened. If I had rolled a... Number 1, if he had rolled no 6s, or if then he had rolled a 1 or a 2, then I get to make a 40-point gunnery attack. Gunnery in quotes, obviously it's a torpedo attack. Which means I would have gotten to put, depending on what I rolled, 7 is the usual number, a 6-point strike. So I would have probably sunk a light cruiser, damaged a heavy cruiser. Who knows, if I got super lucky, I would not have sunk the Yamato. You cannot sink the Yamato. But one of the other battleships, Nagato or Usu, you could have totally sunk one. But as it turns out, what basically happened is exactly what happened in history, just a different battleship. Real life, Nautilus tried to take a poke at IGN Hiroshima, missed, got the shit depth charged out of her, but managed to escape. That's exactly what happened. Alright, so on to your submarine phase. You roll once for Task Force 16. 2d6.
6.
Okay, once for Task Force 17.
7.
Once for Task Force 13.
12.
Oh, the submarines found the hapless PT boats.
Yay!
Guess what? I have no destroyers left in that task force, so I get to roll 0d6 to intercept. Therefore, I automatically fail that roll, which means you automatically get to launch torpedoes at no PT boats. Oh no. Alright, so you're allowed to divide up that 40 points if you want. You don't have to put a 40-point gunnery strike into a PT boat.
So you broke up right there after.
Oh, sorry. It's a 40 points worth of torpedoes, but you obviously are allowed to break that up. You do not have to put 40 points into a single PT boat. That would be absurd. Now, this is technically a air quotes gunnery attack, so we use the second number.
Yep.
This is a little bit more powerful.
So we will do 2 20s.
All right, so 2 20s. All right, roll 2d6 for the first one.
10.
10. That is 5 points of damage. That is one PT boat blown up into small pieces, and the pieces sink over like a square kilometer of ocean.
And for the other one, it's 6.
6 is a miss. All right, so one more PT boat is sunk by a Japanese submarine. Super fast. Roll a d6. Let's just see which one it was.
It was number 3.
I-170. Sweet. I was hoping it would be 168. 168 historically sank USS Yorktown. Now he blew up a PT boat.
He'll come back for the Yorktown later.
Let me make sure I do not forget to take that off. Or task force. Technically, it's task force. It's the Midway Patrol Unit. I shouldn't have called it Task Force 13 before. That's just the name of the game piece.
Yep.
Man, they're getting the hell blown out of them. They can't catch a break because it's Task Force 13. That's why they have an unlucky number. All right, cool. So that concludes the submarine phase. Resolve landings. There's no landings. That completes turn 2. Then I will catch up on Mr. Chat.
Yeah, I think I managed to get kicked out of the chat. Yep.
Okay, we had a lot happen. So Piotr says it's getting tense. This is before we actually started launching airstrikes in the chat.
Yep.
Ben says if you actually hit something with your lever bombers, that would be pretty cool. I think I did. Yeah, put something hit the cargo. Music volume is still good. Thanks very much, Sean. I appreciate it. My wife just went down to the pool, but she enjoyed this more than I expected. Yeah, we got a break in the weather. They said it was going to rain down here in South Florida all weekend, but it's actually looking pretty good right now. So cool. John says, as a Cruel Seas player, I mourn the PT boats. Don't worry, I know what to do with the PT boats. The PT boats, the ones I'm actually surprised any of them survived, but they actually do have a pretty critical role to play, especially later in the game. Go ahead.
Some of them survive because there's so many of them. They're so spread out. That
and in real life, they're very maneuverable.
Yep.
It's tough. They're almost faster than the torpedoes.
And you end up doing overkill on them or underkill, but
torpedoes in this day used to do about 40 knots. PT boats would do like 35 knots easily.
Yep.
They could almost just turn and run through the torpedoes and outrun them. Let me see here. It said how long it took for the brass to believe the complaints. Oh, we're talking about how crappy U.S. torpedoes were. Yeah, the original Mark 19 with the magnetic contacts were not great. Meanwhile, the Japanese had some of the best torpedoes in the world with the long range. So it's like, the Japanese Navy had a lot of advantages in the early part of the war. I think a 20-kilometer fireball is appropriate for a game of this scale. No, wait till Akagi blows up, then we'll put a 20-kilometer fireball on the table. Poor Jim, says Jen, I'm ordering new dice right now on Amazon. No, it's fine. It's all good. I got one really good roll. It was just on a pathetic, it's not just when you roll high, or it's not just rolling high or rolling low, it's when you roll high.
Yeah.
But the Japanese accused the U.S. pilot of attempted kamikaze. That's rich. I think it actually happened. It's depicted in the terrible movie. And according to Japanese sources, one of the B-26s damn near hit Akagi's bridge. It was either Akagi or Kaga. Damn near hit the bridge. Like came within the thickness of an extra coat of paint. And then crashed on the side of the ship. he was making his low, like, glide attack, and he missed with a torpedo. They put a torpedo on an army bomber. Some shocking how that didn't work. And then he took damage. He knew he wasn't going to pull out anyway. And according to the Japanese sources, I don't know if that's been verified by American sources. This kind of thing does happen with Marines on June 6th. And a Marine pilot crashes into the turret of, on purpose, IJN Makuma, one of the Japanese heavy cruisers that gets hit near the end of the battle. And there were other surviving Marine pilots who saw it happen. So yeah, it does happen on both sides. Ben says, yeah, hoo-hoo, take that, Kaga. Yeah, I've done a little. One more point would have been nice, because then she can't return. She can't recover fighters. That's awesome. When a carrier can't recover bombers and fighters, that's awesome. Ben says, give it a few more turns and the Kaga will explode. Japanese damage control was that bad. Yeah, speaking of which, let's go ahead and start turn 3. The very first thing you do is resolve damage control. So I don't think I have any damage ships. All my damage ships are down in Davy Jones' locker. Yeah, I literally have no damage ships. The only damage ship on the table is IJM Kaga, who is now going to suffer the cruel lash of the atrocious, admittedly, Japanese damage control rules here. So damage control. American carriers, okay, so we won't even look at how great American returns are. Japanese cruisers get to roll 2d6. They have to get a 6. That's the short answer.
Yes.
They get fewer dice, fewer ships are even eligible to make the roll, and they have a much more difficult number. So 2d6.
1-6.
Yeah, 1-6. Okay, they did manage to put the fire out. Alright, it's not completely useless. I did put one tiny hole in the... Now that hole is permanent. Future, whatchamacallits will not be able to... Okay, that's a hell of a price to pay to put one bomb into the Kaga. But hopefully things will now be a little bit better. Okay, there are no crippled ships to sink. Not there. Okay, Japanese move the first task force.
Yeah, I got a lot fewer to move nowadays. So we'll start with the Task Force 10.
Okay.
That'll move due east.
Oh, I forgot to, before we do that, I forgot to move these guys the rest of their movement on turn 2. Catalina 1 had moved 4 hexes, so he gets to move 20 back. That's good enough, as long as I'm within range of Midway. And same here with Cat 2. Okay, cool. Now we move this guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. Well done. Okay. Now it's my turn. Okay, over to you.
Well, we'll move Task Force 7 due east.
Over to you.
Task Force 9 due east.
Over to you.
11 due east.
Now that you dodged Nautilus's torpedoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
12 due east.
Okay.
13 due east.
Hey. Almost like I could see that coming.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Now I got pretty much this little room here. Alright, the first thing that's going to happen Oh wait, he still has to be Task Force 5.
Yep.
Task Force, let's move over to you for Task Force 5.
We'll go.
Bump this up a little bit.
Yeah, that might be good. Debating how I want to do this.
Do you feel like Nagumo yet with those tough decisions?
Yeah.
Mid-morning on 4 June, 1942.
I think I'll do something completely un-Japanese.
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
We'll move 2 southwest, or 1 northwest, 1 southwest, and 1 and we'll stay there. As I said, completely un-Japanese.
Might be the smartest thing. Alright, first thing we're going to do, move them on to Midway. Send to back.
Yeah, they've been slightly mauled.
Give me a second to debate. I'll leave them between these 2 axes. So I just want to look something up.
Which ones can move 10?
I want to make sure that cool. All right. So there is Task Force 4, which you have identified as USS Enterprise and Hawaii. Task Force 13 you have identified. Everything else here is still in Merc. The Fog of War. Okay, that concludes all of our task force movement. All right, next we go to caps. All right, so Task Force 2 and 3. Oh, there it is. Okay, F1, who knows who that is, but F1B. F2B, make sure I'm not getting stupid mistakes. Okay, cool. My cap is up.
Yeah, and let's see, I'll put...
Right now, you got... who the hell is that piece? Oh, F1.
Yep, I want... let's see... Which one is it that's hit?
F1 now has 17. Excuse me. F2 has 14. Looks like 3 of them have taken at least a little bit of damage.
Yep.
F2 is probably the worst.
We'll put F3 and F4 on cap.
Okay, I'm assuming, excuse me, all these other caps remain the same?
Yep.
Alright. That takes care of caps then. Americans declare if B-17s have left Midway. Hell no. Move Airborne Aircraft. Okay, I've got that. C2 and C1 land back on Midway. They landed a turn early. I probably could have dingleberried around and maybe squeezed a bit more, but I didn't want to risk this thing. I can now launch 2 Catalinas, the other 2. So we'll see what happens there. So that's all the aircraft that were already in motion. We now go to launch scouts. So I'll do the easy part first. Midway Atoll, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can reach Task Force 7 and Task Force 9. Barely. I will recount that in just a second to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yep, cool. I will do that. So I don't think Task Force 10 is anything yet. Could be wrong, but we'll see. Alright, actually, yeah, you launch your scouts first. If you want to launch any scouts.
Yeah, let's see, I got 4 of them. We'll put,
Yeah, we do have a new number 3. That's going to be Chakuma's second flow plane. I think he's got like 4 of them.
Yep.
Okay.
So
You have a range of 12.
Could you zoom in just a tad?
Oh, sure. Let me get these guys up on the actual beam right here.
And let's see, the first 6 ones are from the one we have spotted. So if we put 2 on 7 and 2 on 12.
2 on 7 and 2 on 12. All right. Those are the choices, 7 and 12.
Yep.
Making sure. All right, cool. All right, I'll launch some more. It doesn't really matter now. My little scouts can't reach anything. So I will go ahead and not launch any more scouts at the moment. Cool. My Catalina's already up. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and resolve some scouts. First, Catalina number 3. Report on a 2+. He does succeed. Or I should say spot on a 2+. Report on a 2+. All right, is number 7 real or false?
Number 7 is real.
Nice. All right, and then
And his cap will engage.
Okay. Let me just quickly do C4.
Yes.
Barely. And yes. So is number 8 also real? Or sorry, 7 and 9.
9 is also real, and
All right,
his
cool.
cap will engage.
Okay, 7 and 9. You do have cap up on both of those. Oh no, my Catalinas are gonna get shot up. Okay, I can't remember which one is which, but I will look it up because it's easy. All right, we'll do the one over the cruisers first.
Yes.
Oh, I'm writing something down. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So the cruiser one has 12 actual real life zeros. Oh man, that's not cool. All right. So which one is the cruisers and which one are
the cruisers is Task Force 7.
All right, cool. So that's the one that actually has, I believe, with some battleships in there too. Yeah, the actual second fleet. This is Kondo's actual fleet. Okay, he's got 12. 12 real zeros.
12 seeks.
Yep. So charts 7 minus a Catalina has -1. They are each worth 6. Oh no, my Catalina might be toast. 7. I think my mate scout's too easy to shot down. Oh no, wait. We said fighters are only because of the extreme range are only worth 1 point apiece.
Oh yeah.
All right, so 12 points. You're on this row, and subtract nothing.
Hey, 9.
9 is 3 points. That is 3 points required to shoot down a Catalina because of its size. Boom, Catalina is splashed. I only have 30 left. Until you start bombing Midway, then they start going up a little bit faster. Okay, so Catalina number 2 is down.
Yeah, but it's points.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a little bit more circumspect.
I think we are on a wrong map here.
Yep, you are correct. We're totally not even close to the right map. Catalina 3 is down. I was gonna say I had some unit losses over here. Alright, cool. And alright, the anti-aircraft of course never had to engage. Task Force 9 kind of does the same thing. In fact, it might be even worse. Because the fighters are crappy, but there's a lot more of them. And they're only worth 1 point apiece.
Yeah.
Yeah, those stupid float planes. So they took zeros and they just added float plane pontoons on either wing. And that was the way they could squeeze additional zeros onto these crappy little converted auxiliary carriers. So
yep.
24 times 1 is 24. This is
going
going to be horrible. So you're on that row. Roll 2d6.
7.
That smokes him as well. More Catalinas splash in the sea. So 7 is Kondo. And 9 is Tanaka. Which means I know 10 is false. 10 is off the map. Okay, cool.
I guess you could move all of the... Since I know 4 is correct, and it will be one of the first 6.
You're actually correct. So 4 is correct, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of 1. Yeah, otherwise the initiative system gets really out of whack.
Yeah.
2. Where the hell is number 2? Let me zoom in a little.
I think 2 have been removed already.
2's already been removed. 3 we know is false. 5 we know is false.
And 6 all the way down in the bottom.
And 6 we know is false. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So 7, 8 I think is gone already. Is that 9? No, there's 8. Oh, Task Force 2. We did have Task Force 2.
Oh.
So we should have 1 real 1, 2 real 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You spotted one earlier. Okay, we're good. All right. So, all right, cool. Let's resolve your spotting checks. Task Force 7. Your spotting check is a 4+. Roll 2 dice because you got 2 scouts.
1 6 and 1 2. So.
All right, so he is spotted. Roll reporting. I think it's a 2. Let me check. No, because
Roll the 3.
Bad reports. Japanese Navy barely got a 3. Okay, so 3 is a successful reporting check. 7 is false. Okay.
And then 12. Double 2, so nothing.
Hey. All right, cool.
They just fly around.
Alrighty. So that takes care of all spotting checks. All right, let me. Do a bit of housekeeping here. All right, awesome. Nothing else has been identified here. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay, cool. We still don't know where Yamamoto is, but that's okay. All right, let's do. These guys are actually here now. The rest of the Midway group. All right, let's start launching strikes. Japanese, launch the first strikes.
Yeah. Everything that's left into Task Force 4.
One massive. Oh, here it comes, guys. He's going to try and sink the Enterprise and the Hornet. T1, roll a D6 for a flight coordination check.
A 3.
Okay. Those torpedo bombers make it. I guess you're sending the fighters as well?
Sending the fighters as well, yeah.
Go for it.
A 3.
Dive bombers.
A 5.
Cool. On to Kaga. Dive bombers.
A 6.
Nice. Fighters.
4.
Nice. Torpedo bombers.
3.
Damn it. That was one I would have liked to see miss.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do this in a little bit more organization here. Fighters on the bottom. Not that it really matters.
It'll make it easier later.
Yeah. Okay, so the fighters for Soryu are not going. They're part of Combat Air Patrol.
Yep.
We'll go with dive bombers of Soryu.
4.
Made it. T3, torpedo bombers
2.
Soryu. Made it. D4, this is for the Hiryu.
2.
Oh, a couple near misses there, or near hits.
And a 3.
Alright, so the whole strike makes it there. Awesome. Oh no. Alright, they're going in on Task Force. Okay, guys, that. Now is when the Battle of Midway.
Now it's Battle of Midway as we know it.
Now it's happening. Speaking of which. Fighters.
Definitely make it.
Dive bombers, torpedo bombers, and that was a 3. Dive bombers. Alright, there goes the Enterprise. Oh, how did I end up with 3? Oh, I got my fighters mixed up. It's the same number, so it doesn't matter. Same number of fighters. So that was Enterprise. Hornet. Alright, Hornet, it's time for you to redeem yourself. Historically. Fighters. The fighters go on a Hornet? Bad Hornet! Bad Hornet! It just happened. Dive bombers make it. Torpedo bombers make it. And the other dive bombers. All okay. They all did better. But yep, sure enough, just like we happened historically, one flight from the Hornet winds up way over here somewhere. That's not good. Now my combat air patrol is hella outnumbered. I have 14 fighters versus his 32, 34. And his fighters are a little better than mine. Oh
yeah. I thought it would be valid to keep a proper cap this turn.
Okay, guys, this is where we're going to start trading carriers. Oh, God. Basically, the Americans have already done a little bit worse. Because, historically, this big strike hits before he gets to launch this big strike. So this big strike from the Japanese historically never happened. By the time they found the Americans and could actually launch something, they only had Hiryu left. So he's hitting me with basically 3.5 carriers worth instead of 1. So I promise you the Americans are going to suffer. The only thing that might balance it out a little bit in my favor is the Japanese are hitting the larger American task group, as opposed to historically they hit Yorktown, which means less anti-aircraft and less cap. Here, There's a lot more going on. So I hope to do a little bit better here. But the battle's definitely bigger as far as like a straight out hell engagement. Especially since I'm sending in all of Midway shit as well. Okay, T4, do you make it? Yes. D5, do you make it? No. Oh man, that was the Marines get lost again! You guys suck, man. B-17s, come on, man. The Army is doing better than the Marine Corps. I can't believe I just said that. Nope, the B-17s get lost. My stupid, the other bombers, the Marauders.
Marauder.
They make it. Catalinas are no good. My Avengers, come on.
You already made those. You just didn't move them down.
Oh, but they did succeed? Okay, cool.
They succeeded. So the Marauders and you put the Marauders and the Torpedo Bombers, they need to be all on that side.
They need to be here and not next to the Hornets fighters who missed. I would have loved...
Well, the
you're right. The B-17s did not make it.
And the dive bombers didn't make it.
Sorry. I would have loved to send the Brewster Buffaloes in there, but they're out of range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're just out of range. So it would be no... and every time you launch fighters, as you've seen with the recovery tables, you're not going to get them all back.
Yep.
So I'll only launch when you really know where the enemy's at. Oh my God! Here
I must say I'm happy not to see those dive bombers come in along with everything else.
Yeah, they're not great, but they would have added 2 points apiece instead of 3 points apiece. I'm just happy all my Enterprise and Hornet dive bombers made it. That's my Sunday punch. The only problem for me is Yorktown slightly out of position. Yorktown's still out of range. Well, clearly, Yorktown is either 10, 8, 11, or 12. They're all beyond 9Xs, so...
that was why I was skirting the bottom of the map.
Yeah, I couldn't even send my Dauntlesses have a range of 10. They're also out of range of 10. I would have had to send them in without fighter protection. This is where you have to make the Michener decision. Michener, Fletcher, do you send your guys without fighter protection? Because you're right. I put that in the game intentionally. All the fighters have a range of 9. All the bombers have a range of 10. Because it might happen where you might want to launch your bombers and not your fighters, like they sadly had to do in real life. The game, without bogging down the math, it's kind of hidden in the math, but it will force you, like you were just making your big decision here, like what do I do? He does, by the way, everybody who's still in the chat, the exact opposite of what Nagumo did in real life. Nagumo took his first big gigantic smash, hit, and his answer was to pretty much drive straight toward the enemy. So,
as I said, I was being un-Japanese cautious,
which is almost good. Everyone yells at Nagumo and Yamaguchi nowadays for not running with Hiryu while they had the chance. I mean, we would have at least had one more carrier. Hiryu made a huge difference in the Solomons. But hey. And by not doing that, he outpaced himself from Yorktown. So I'm not going to reveal where Yorktown is, but if he had kind of stayed where he was or even moved closer toward Midway, I'm almost positive that Yorktown would be in range. He would be facing 50% more than he's facing now. So turning around was probably a good move.
It seemed like it at the time, at least.
Okay, it doesn't matter to me which one goes first. Both these strikes kind of happen at the same time. There's going to be a little bit going on here. Rasmus didn't have to waste any time attacking the island. No, he did not, because he found my carrier before 12 o'clock. And once he finds a carrier, that order to hit Midway is lifted. Instead, that first big Japanese strike went after Task Force 13, all my PT boats and destroyers, and sank like more than half of them now. And then to add salt to injury, they ran across a Japanese submarine. Who sank another PT boat.
Just because.
Just because Task Force 13 was, which again is not the historical name of it, it's just the name of the piece. Task Force 13 wasn't having a bad enough day. So welcome, Walkabout Games. You showed up just in time. A lot of the chess game is kind of over, and now it's just onto the huge smash. It's on now officially.
Oh, yeah.
Let me get the bad news out of the way first. Okay, so in come all your stuff. Here come my two fighter groups. Both of my fighter groups are going after Kaga Group 27, T2. Okay, you have some escorting fighters with this group. What are your... I assume they're going to counter-intercept?
They're counter-intercepting, yeah.
Okay, now I get to decide whether or not I fight the fighters or I ignore the fighters and I go after the torpedo bombers. Nevertheless, I am going to do a split. So Enterprise's fighters are going to fight your fighters. Oh, yeah. But I have to, okay, I can't really do that because I can't tie up 2 units with 1 unit. So... Damn it. I gotta do something against those torpedo bombers. Alright, we're all going against the torpedo bombers, which means your fighters get a free... Oh. No. We're gonna fight the fighters. Oh, this is probably a bad call. What? One of them's going after the... I know I'm vacillating here. One's going after 27. Okay, so Hornet is fighting number 17. So it's your 17 versus my 13.
Yes.
This is probably a bad decision. But whatever. Alright, so you have 17 versus my Wildcat Fighter -3 versus your 7. They're worth 4 points apiece. You have 17 of them. 17 times 4. Come on. 17 times 4
68.
is 68. Alright, 68 points. This is simultaneous with mine. Charts. 60 air dogfight tables. 68. This table right here. Roll 2d6.
9.
That's 9 Wildcat shot down. Alright. So I got a note of that. Meanwhile, my 13 are not nearly as good. Come on, dude. Find the stupid tables. Wildcats are worth 6 versus your -3. They're only worth 3 apiece, and I have only 13 of them. 13, so that's 39 points. 13 times 3, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So they're on this row. Come on, Hornet. Oh, hell yeah! That's even on the table. 12 on 39 is 7. That's still only 7. All right, so that's 7 off of yours, and then you killed 9 of mine, right? So
Yes.
9 out of 13 is down to 4. That didn't go well. All right, now your 14 get to attack my 13, but your attack happens first because I'm not engaging with your 14. In other words, this little battle. These 13 are trying to attack your torpedo bombers.
Yes.
All right, so 14 divided by or times 4 is 64.
Yes.
All right, so 64, no modifiers because we already took the negative 3 off. Come on, where's the stupid chart? You are here.
And at 10.
All right, that's 9 more. Which leaves me with only
4.
3. Oh, yeah, 3. You shot down
no,
10,
it
right?
wasn't. No, shot down for 9.
Okay, cool. Shot down 9, so there's 4 left. All right, now those 4 do get to shoot at the torpedo bombers.
Do the torpedo bombers get to shoot back as well?
I don't remember. Negative. They don't have an asterisk after their number. And they're only worth -1. I'm worth 6, so it's 6 minus 1
So it's 20.
is 5. Yeah, 20 points. Ooh, another 12 would be nice, is all I'm saying. Let me not get greedy here. 6 is not nearly as good. That is 2. Oh, crud. That's all I did was I shot down 2. 2 out of 27. Shit. Alright. That could have gone a lot better. Okay, that's all the counter interception and interception happened. Now we go to anti-aircraft fire. As soon as I figure out how to work Excel. This is a larger task group. The American air defense is nothing to sneeze at. We got the Mark 38 5-inch gun, which is pretty nasty. I have a total of 154 points. So, here we go. I'm going after a lot of Vals. So Vals have a -1. No, not Vals, Kates. They are torpedo bombers. Here we go with, I'll do my first 50. I'm shooting at Kaga's air group. There's 25 of them left. I have to subtract 1 from this roll.
Yes.
Here we go with it. Here we go.
Shouldn't you see if you get to shoot at them or something else first?
Okay, I'll do that. Oops. Get it in the
Well,
box.
you can keep that 10, but...
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I rolled the 4. Well, I intended on keeping the 10, yeah.
Yep.
So 10 minus 1 for the torpedo's defense makes it a 9. That is 7 shot down so far. Alright, it's another attack, so I'm going to go ahead and reroll. Okay, it gets to go in against the Vals. Come on. That was a little worse. That becomes a modified 5. 5 more. Where's the 5? It's literally just worth it because they both have 2s, the dive bombers and the torpedo bombers. And the torpedo bombers are a little easier to shoot down because of their flight path. So the third group of 50 still hits where it wants to. Come on, my rolls are getting steadily worse. Modified 4, that's 4 more. And my last 4 points does get to go where it's going. I get a 6 on 4, minus 1 for torpedoes that makes a 5, 0 points. Alright, so I shot down a total of 7, 12, and 4 is 16. 16 additional torpedo bombers. That is 16 additional, that's knocked down to 9.
9, yep.
Holy crap. Alright. That's the best I can do. It gets ugly from here. Oh no! Did I say 14 times 4? I didn't say 14 times 4 anything. John, if I did, I misspoke. What do we multiply by 4? 14. No, I don't. Did I say 14? Oh, this one here. 14 times 4. Yeah, what did I say that was? Did I get that number wrong?
That is...
I said it was 64. We said 56. That would have made a difference of 1. So
take one fighter back.
Yeah. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. I get 1 additional Wildcat. All right, cool. So, oh god, here it comes. Oh no. You can do it, Jim. You can survive this. Okay. Yeah, it's up to whatever remaining attacks you. Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking slaughtered here. Okay. However you want to put this together.
Yeah. So let's see. What we want to.
Pretty much everything you've got left is worth 2 points.
Yeah.
Except for these 2 Judies are worth 3 points. Those 2.
So we'll start with. Well, we'll start from the end. Or can I combine them so I can say? So if we say 2 times 18 is 36 times 2. So D3 in there as well.
Okay. So these 2 are going to attack a massive dive bombing strike. That's going to be 18 times 4, really. Yeah, 72 points. Okay, and who are they going after?
They are going after the Enterprise.
Oh no, you're going to sink the Enterprise! Cool. 72 on the airstrike table. There you go, go for it.
A 12.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
That's 9 points. Alright guys, I think Midway just kind of flew off the rails here. Crap, what did I say that was?
9 points.
Yep.
Ouch.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you just sunk the Enterprise. Oh no!
A bunch of dive bombers and.
Yeah, 36 dive bombers. Nobody survives that. Historically, Kaga was hit with 36 dive bombers, and they blew her into pieces. They're having a hard time finding the wreck on the ocean floor. So, yeah, I may not have designed this game perfectly, but no worries. Also, yeah, I should have more combat air patrol up, but no worries. Okay, on to your next attack.
We'll combine the rest of the dive bombers on the Hornet.
Okay, so that's 30. 32 is 62. 68.
68.
Also, rolling boxcars doesn't hurt.
Oh no.
Cool. 68. You're up here.
A7.
6 points.
Bit more manageable, but.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay.
And
Look at those 2. You've got yeah, I'm pretty sure she's toast because these guys haven't attacked yet.
yeah, and let's see. We'll put T1, T2, and T3 into her.
Okay, that is 15, 17 is 32, 41.
Not the 17.
Oh, these 3, T1, T2, T3, you said. Alright, so it's 27 and 15. Plus... Oh, that was it.
It's 30 plus
18 plus 9
48.
plus 15 is 42. 18 plus 9 plus 15 is 42. Times 2 is 84.
Yes. 7.
Alrighty, the chart goes up to 75, so give me a second. That's 6 more hits. That's going to sink the Hornet, and then you roll some more for your other remaining points, and they additionally sink the Hornet. Alright, so both those carriers are toast. Oh no. Alright.
So I think we'll leave Fletcher in command of the...
So far. Now you still have additional forces. You have one torpedo squadron that hasn't hit anybody yet.
Yeah. So let's see what's left in there.
You got a bunch of cruisers and destroyers, pretty much.
Well, we'll go after the AA cruiser.
The Atlanta. Okay. Is that everybody?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I think it was 17 we said? Yeah, 17. That's 34 points.
And 9.
A 9 is 7. I'm pretty sure that slings her.
Isn't it only 3? It's not gunnery.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right.
It's just a few torpedoes.
It's not a Chinese torpedo attack. It's just a...
Yeah.
Atlanta's taking 3. She is damaged. Ugh, I knew that was going to suck.
Yeah, but now you get your revenge.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that you made like literally every single check to get the group there. No one got lost, I don't think.
Yeah.
And then, boxcars on one of your biggest attacks. So the good luck that the Americans had at Midway has definitely deserted them. That's for sure. Okay, cool. And those carriers are gonna. I'll look up how to handle planes without carriers. They're going to be able to make it to Midway, but I'll show you where the rule is written in a second.
Yes.
The problem is, they have nothing to land on. But okay, there are rules for that. All right, so if they're a certain distance away from another airfield or another friendly carrier, and the friendly carriers can only carry so much.
But Midway can carry a lot.
Yeah, Midway can carry. Yeah, there are limits. Is the short answer. Then they have to ditch because there's literally nowhere for them to land. But we'll get to that when we get to the. We should do some of it now because now all these guys have to make it home per the recovery checks table.
Shouldn't we see if the carrier survive your attack first?
Well, it's part of this strike procedure.
Okay.
So D4.
D4 on a 4.
That's one aircraft lost. We'll assume it's one of the not so hot ones. D1.
3.
That is 2 aircraft lost. F2.
4.
Whoa! That wasn't right. Sorry about that. D2. Was that a 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Faded out there for a second. D3.
4.
Nice.
If I can roll another 4 in
Alright, F1.
5.
Nothing. T1.
3.
T2.
1.
Nice. That's down 4. There are now 5 left. 27 torpedo bombers. That almost cost you. Okay, T3.
2.
That is 3 aircraft lost there. Okay, so we're whittling down his air group. There's one more. There's one more. You're right.
And that'll be a 5.
Nothing there. Okay. Whittling down his air group slowly but surely. Okay, cool. Now we'll do this whole chunk over here. These guys all got lost, so it's down to here. All right, we've got 34 aircraft in the camp. So in come my fighters. In come my total group. I only have one.
You have one fighter.
Yes, one fighter group got lost on the way. Oh my god. Okay, so who are your fighters going after?
Yeah, that's what I'm debating at the moment. One on T2, one on T3.
T2 and T3.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. And boom. Okay, my fighters will try to intercept one of them. There's really no difference between the two, so I will try to engage the smaller one. Okay, so T16, or I should say you're F3. Are you ignoring me, or are you ignoring my fighters and going after the torpedo bombers, or are you trying to engage my fighters?
Hard choices. Seeing how you're... we'll stay on the torpedo bombers.
Alright, cool. So my F2 attacks your F3 for free. Come on, Enterprise, get some revenge. You don't know this yet, but your ship just got blown out of the water. Oh, God. It's possible Spruance just got killed. Okay, so 14 is 6 minus your 3 is 3. 14 times 3 is 42. 42 is here. Alright, here we go. I'll take a 9. 9 on the 42 row is 6-0 shot down.
Yeah.
10 left. Okay, now those 10 get to attack those poor Devastators. Oh God, the Devastators. These are gonna be slaughtered. Okay, so 10 versus 10 is a 7. Come on, charts, tables. 0 gets a 7 is what I should have said. And the Devastator's mighty defense value is 0. So it stays at a 7. 70 points on the dogfight table. History repeats itself. Hello, Andrew Simpson.
11.
11 is 10. Yeah, you literally shot them, I think, almost all down. Just like happened historically. There are now 4 left. Boom. Because that's what happens when zeros tango with Devastators. Literally turn on the History Channel if you don't believe me.
And we'll have more zeros tangling with the Devastators.
Yeah, these guys didn't even have fighter escort. You got 18 times 7. Oh my God, I don't think the chart even goes that high. We may have to break this into 2 attacks.
We can do that.
18 times 7, which is 7 minus 0. Yeah, 126. The table only goes up to 100. Andrew, you just showed up just in time to watch the Devastators. We all know what happens to the Devastators. Back to tables. Tables. Cool. So the first 100 go in. 2d6s.
10.
Another 10. Your dice are on fire. So that is 12. There are 7. Well, no. Yeah, 7 left. Wrong aircraft unit, dude. Shot down 10. There are 4 left. Okay, and we said you had a total of 26 additional points. So back to charts. Back to charts. 26 is here. 2d6, please.
7.
4. I think that was the last 4. Yep. Boom. Torpedo Squadron 2 of Enterprise. Yeah, VT6. Shot down to the last plane. Cool.
And now come the pain for me.
Well, now you get anti-aircraft fire.
Oh yeah.
Which is still pretty good. It's not as good as the Americans, but it's not bad. At least for this task force. 119.
So let's see. Well, most of it is dive bombers now. So we'll start with the D50 on D3.
Okay, these are Navy dive bombers. These guys get the -3. So we start off. Come on, find the tables. Okay, roll 2d6, subtract 3 from the result.
It becomes a mighty 1.
It becomes a 1, so
Yeah,
the tables
1 and
go
a
down
3.
that low. 1 into 3 is 4 minus 1. 1 less than 3. I'm not going to say it's 0. That's cheesy. But 1 less than 3 is 2. Which one did you say it was? D2 or D? Does it matter?
D3, but doesn't really matter.
All right. That's Hornets. All right, cool. 2 of them are knocked down. Another 50.
We'll put that on the D3B. Can I actually shoot at them?
Yeah, you shoot any of them you want. They're all coming in.
It's a 2, so you get to pick.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot all about that rule. Thank you. The hell with that, man. You're putting it on my fighters. Fighter F2. So it's the same thing. Roll 2d6, subtract 3 from the result. They both have -3 defense.
It'll become a 4. Roll to 7. So.
Background tables. So 50 became a 4. That's 4 fighters shot down. So the fighters are running interference. They're basically making strafing.
Yep. And then I got 19 left.
Let me get back here and subtract the right amount so you don't get ripped off. Man, these aircraft go down fast in this game. All right, cool. You got 19 points. Who are you attacking?
It's up to you because it's a 2.
All right, go after. We'll pick on the other fighter group this time. There is no other fighter group this time. Fighter 2, Enterprise. It's not like I have a carrier to defend anymore.
And roll to 6, so.
Becomes a 3, 1 more fighter. Okay, the Devastators are shot down. The fighters took their licking. Only 2 dive bombers were shot down. We don't have the Yorktowns. We have the Hornets and the Enterprises. So a little different than history.
And you got the ones out of Midway. Torpedo Bombers and Dauntlesses.
None of the dive bombers made it from Midway.
No.
I have a little bit of additional stuff here. They can't attack. Yeah, a little stuff here. Oh, my stupid. I keep forgetting the name of 26 Marauders. Oh, Lord. That's all that made it for my whole Midway group? The B-17s got lost. The Vindicators got lost.
Oh, yeah.
My poor SB2s. S2Bs? Can't remember the name of it. It's on the other sheet. I'll look it up later. Alright, I gotta get this done. You sank 2 of my carriers. I gotta sink at least 3 to stay in the game. Oh, it's gotta happen. God damn it, come on. Alright. Enterprise, here we go. 19 Dauntlesses. Navy Dauntlesses, that is. They have a attack versus surface of 3. 3 times 19 is a smidge under 60. 3 times 19 is 57. I'll take it. Alright, here I come with some fucking die checks here. Oh shit, come on, get in the damn box.
Which ship are you attacking?
Oh, I'm still going after Kaga. Because she's already lightly damaged. Okay, that is 8 points on 8 on Kaga. 8 on 5 additional points on Kaga.
Kaga is not feeling too well, I think.
1, 2. Oh wait, I want to do this differently, so that I know which ones are eligible for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kaga is crippled. All right, cool. A little bit of history holds up. That's McCluskey. McCluskey literally said, like, all 20 planes are going for Kaga. And that's when Lieutenant Bass saw that nobody was attacking Akagi. And so him and 2 other planes decided to say, fuck it, maybe we'll get 1 hit. They did only get 1 hit. It just landed right in the middle of
where it should.
Yeah. Kaga got hit 4 times and didn't break in half, but blew up and sank. Akagi was only hit once. Ben Johnson says the Devastators got devastated. Yeah, that's kind of their idea. The Vindicators need to get vindicated and find their way to the freaking target once. Oh my god. Okay, so now we're going to go to my next group.
Which is 57 as well, if I remember correctly.
Especially if I can find the right tab. So that was this one. Yeah, I don't know if I want to put in all 57 on that though. I only gotta hit them a little bit here. Oh, you know what I'll do? 6 points. 1. These guys are each worth 1. These guys are each worth 1. I have a total of
12.
8 points. And 12 points. Yeah, if I put them all together, it's 12. Where's the damn... Oh, boy. I gotta get cagey. I gotta turn this game around.
Yep.
I'm screwed. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and turn on Mr. Camera.
A+.
9 points. Barely did it. So 9 points is 1 more point. Or a score of 9 is 1 more point. That's all I needed.
Oh, yep.
Oh, thank God. All right, 1 carrier down. Come on, game OOB. All right, cool. Kaga is sunk. Awesome.
Kaga is paying the price.
That leaves me with 3 full carrier groups, or 3 full dive bomber groups against the other carriers. All right, so all these guys have now attacked. These guys are not eligible to attack. I got to get at least 3 of them. If I get 3 of them, it's 1 carrier versus 1 carrier. For those of us just joining, Andrew Simpson, Yorktown is still alive. We have the exact opposite of history. Hornet and Enterprise have been blown inside out. Yorktown is still undetected. And still prowling out there in the Atlantic, or the Pacific somewhere. So, the exact opposite of what actually happened. Yeah. It was obviously Yorktown who went down, Enterprise and Hornet who survived unscathed. So far, it's the exact opposite. Here's what's not. Kaga was, I think, the first one hit, and so far she's the first one hit. She carries the most aircraft. She carries the biggest air group. That's why in most war games, the American aims for Kaga first. All right, now I'm going after Akagi. With another 19. So, yeah, we said 57, right? Yep.
Yep.
Cool. So, turn on the camera. I'm not kidding, man. I'm not kidding. Enterprise, do it. An 8. That's above average. That is 5 more points on the Akagi. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's 1 short of crippled. I gotta get 2 more points on her. Alright?
Yeah.
Then we'll go to turn 4. Okay, that's him done. I'm like legit have like butterflies in my stomach here. 18 is going after let's be historical. 18 points going after Soryu. So this is only 54. So I'm down 1 row. Show the table, or show the dice tray. Come on, Hornet. Oh, fucking Hornet. Bad Hornet. Bad Hornet. Bad Hornet. 5. Damn it, I just lost the game. 3, well, maybe not 3 points. But it's not looking too good now. She's damaged, she can't recover aircraft. A lot of Japanese aircraft are going to be splashing in the sea here.
Yep.
Alright, that's good. That's good. Okay, I've got 1 left. It's time to split this sucker.
Or try to to get the last one so she can't recover aircraft.
Okay, 26 points. How many do I have left? I have 19. No, 17. 17 times 3 is 51. So I have 51 points left in this last group here, because they're worth 3 points apiece. 51 minus 26. Okay, I'm putting 26 points into Akagi. Am I right about that? It's the wrong table, dude. Yeah. Alright, 51 points into Akagi. Charts, please. Hey, get it in the box. 10, I got it. Alright, so 10. That row is 3 more hits. That sends Akagi to the bottom.
Yep.
Nagumo, you're swimming. Get in the boat. Get in the boat, son. Game OB. Whoa, come on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that leaves me with the remaining 26. I think I have 25 now. I have 25 points I am putting into my last carrier. I can pretty much cripple his air group if I get at least 3 hits. Because his planes will literally have nowhere to land.
Yep.
Alright, against my... I know it's tempting to try and finish. First of all, these two should be totally reversed. Soar you, hear you. Not that it super matters, but you know me.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, it's as tempting as it is to maybe get. Oh, maybe I'll get lucky. I'll get another 10 or something, and I'll sink 3 carriers after all. It's better if I actually try and
stop it from recovering anything.
Yeah, so he'll crash. If I get at least 3 hits, I have to get at least 3 hits. So against my temptation for the kill, we will go with. Oh, we already know this. 25 points. So I'm down 1 row. Oh god, I have to roll at least a 10 to do that. Oh, this sucks. Oh no, I think I'm going to lose this game. Oh my god. Okay, I'm probably not going to do that, so I'm probably just going to go over to Mr. Soryu to make sure she doesn't come back. Where is Game OB? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna put it on Soryu. Damn it! Oh well. That's what I get for not having the best dice. It's all good. Also, Yorktown was a little bit out of position. This is again on what did I say? Yeah, this is on Soryu. Good thing because I got a shitty roll. 25. I only got a 5. I don't think I scored anything. Yeah, that last strike hit Squadish. Oh, that's horrible. Alright. Yeah, the Japanese are definitely winning so far. Okay, now let's do our recovery checks. Okay, D3. Get over here so we can show the camera and the pieces at the same time. Okay, D3. 4, that is 1 aircraft down. D2. D2. 4, that's 1 aircraft. T4. 1 aircraft. That's one of my brand new Avengers, man. D3. Oh, that sucks. That's one of my good units too. I'm just getting all the shit luck here. All right, this one here, 19. Do it. Give me a good roll. Man, on top of everything else, the screwing up the stream. All right, here I go. 5, sweet.
We should charge Del for that commercial.
Yeah, right. Oh,
B2.
that 19 is what I just rolled for. Okay, B2. My stupid Marauders. There's one Marauder left. Oh, dude, I said one. Here are some of my poor Torpedo Bombers that are still left. Oh, they didn't make it. All 4 of them crashed on the way back. And some more fighters. These fighters have got shot up pretty damn hard. Okay, go for it with 2. Jesus Christ, 3 more. All right.
And I guess the groups that got lost need to do it as well.
This is true. The flight to nowhere. Again, Hornet's living up to its reputation, man. I'm not gonna lie. F3A. Oh, there we go. B1. Sweet. And Delta 5. Sweet. Okay, so the rule as written is... If I can find the stupid thing. What? I literally wrote this down somewhere. Where the hell is it? Oh, go to hell. I totally wrote this. Oh, there it is. Other carriers can only recover other carriers' aircraft up to a slotted limit. For simplicity's sake, American carriers can carry 85 planes. Japanese carriers can carry 70. All right, so we're going to have to bear that in mind.
Yep.
Midway pretty much has an unlimited thing. Orphaned aircraft are allowed to land on another carrier within 4 hexes. So when he goes back to fly, when these guys fly back to where Task Force 4 was, I say was, here, Midway is within 2 hexes. So the good news for the Americans is these guys can all at least somewhat make it back to Midway.
And that T3 you got hanging around, that's dead.
Yep, I remember.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't even make it back.
Yeah, it's dangerous getting close to Midway now with all those planes on it.
So, move him out of the battle area. Okay, now we have basically, at the moment, 1 functioning Japanese carrier. So you sank more you sank a greater proportion of carriers. We both sank 2, but you sank 2/3 of mine, 1/2 of yours.
Yep.
So that's the bad news for me. The good news for me is your air group is about to get a hell of a kick in the nuts.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so order of battle. A damaged carrier cannot recover aircraft, and there's no other carriers around. So basically, your entire fleet is going to get knocked down to 80 aircraft.
70.
I said, yeah, you're 70. So you're right. For people in the chat who are experts on this stuff, I know Akagi and Kaga could technically carry more aircraft than Soryu and Hiryu. I didn't want to get super technical into it, so I pretty much took those 2 and split the difference. It's really like 75-65 or something like that. Before the detail guys come out here. So Jim, you need to hold a damn exorcism over your dice. I got one boxcars on one of my fighter checks. That was pretty cool. Other than that, yeah, it's all good. It makes the game interesting. And again, here is where the scales are going to be balanced a little.
Yeah.
So you can put 80 aircraft on Hiryu. It's pretty much what we're talking about. So it's time for you to make some hard choices. These pilots don't die; they just ditch next to the carrier, and the destroyers pick them up. But the aircraft themselves are lost.
So let's say we want 20 fighters.
Okay. So the Hiryu is going to, just for fun, F4. The Hiryu is going to, what's the word? Prefer her own planes.
Yep.
And then just because she's the flagship, the Akagi gets the other 2. Okay.
Then we'll take 30 dive bombers.
Okay, here's 17 from here. She recovers her own first. And that's 17 there. 13 more. Again, we'll just, for fun, give preferential treatment to the flagship.
Yep.
All right, there is 30. So that is 30 plus 20. You've got 50 left. No, what am I talking about? There's a total of 7.
I used 50, so I got 20 left.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not adding it up right.
And we'll take 20.
Shouldn't have said anything. You almost got 30 extra fighters. No, seriously, yeah, 20 torpedo bombers.
Yep.
17 of her own, and then 3 from Akagi, just because.
I think that's probably the best mix I can make.
And all these other aircraft ditch in the sea.
Go splat. Or splash.
Oh, that makes me feel a little better. The Enterprise just got sunk. That's a punch in the nuts right there. Oh no, poor Spruance is in a lifeboat somewhere. If he's lucky. Holy crap. That was a brutal turn.
Oh yeah.
4 carriers sunk. Another one pretty badly damaged. And a shit ton of aircraft shot down or lost. Probably just whacked the aircraft total down in half. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, and as I say, I don't really want to go too close to Midway right now.
What were these 2 guys? Oh, these were the guys that were flying combat air patrol over my wrecked group. Okay. So, moving swiftly forward, because we don't want to be on all day. If we're really into this, if you want to split this into 2 streams or something, Rasmus,
we can do that.
Are you free next Sunday, or?
Let's see, next Sunday, what date is that?
I'm not saying we're stopping the stream now, folks, but next Sunday is the 12th.
12th, I don't think I got anything on the books for that.
All right. So, maybe we'll play 1 or 2 more turns. I don't think it's up to however long you want to keep going. I don't think we're going to finish the whole game today. Often the game is over by noon on June 4th, kind of like it was in real life. By noon on June 4th, Battle of Midway was basically over.
Then it's mopping up.
Yeah, and the Japanese trying to start a surface engagement and stupid stuff like that. But here it's still pretty close. In actual air power, I'm doing a little bit better. I've got 1 actual hitting power carrier left. So does he. Even though he's got 2 carriers technically up, he's only got 1 carrier's worth of aircraft. So the game is still kind of even, unless you look at all these aircraft where I have a huge advantage, and then here come all the surface ships. This is where he has a huge advantage. So yeah, this game is definitely too close to call at the moment. But real quick, let's finish up. Go ahead.
It's still up in the air.
Yeah, no pun intended. So there's no gunnery. Submarine detection. Just for fun. Okay, I'm trying to detect Nagumo. Nope, I'm trying to detect Yamamoto. The Nautilus is still hounding the Yamamoto, man. What am I doing this time, guys? USS Nautilus just reacquired the main striking force. This has no bearing on the game because these units barely even matter. But just for fun. Do I attack or do I spot? Again, he's so far away that even if I acquire him, by the time he gets close enough for me to attack him, it's going to be darkness, so I might as well go ahead and attack him. So I'm going to go, as Nautilus is going to resubmerge to do another attack. roll a d6 for each of your destroyers in the screen of Yamamoto's main body. I think we said you had 8.
I think so, yeah.
I think it was 8 for first main force. It is 8 destroyers, so 8 chances at a 6 on a d6.
3 6s.
Oh, cool. I'm good, John. Thank you. All right, cool. So we definitely found him. Now roll another d6 and see what happens to USS Nautilus.
A1.
USS Nautilus gets through the destroyer screen. He gets to launch a 40-point torpedo strike on somebody. I'm so tempted to torpedo the Yamato, but I know I'm not going to sink her. Excuse me. If I try and torpedo the Yamato, I am going to get about 6 points of damage. That's not enough to sink the Yamato, because in case anyone noticed, these first 8 points count double. These first 4 boxes count double, because the Yamato just carries enormous amounts of armor. I didn't want to have the chart go way out to here. It would literally screw up the spreadsheet. So yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have to do 17 damage levels to sink the Yamato. So yeah, it's not going to happen. So I can attack anybody in here. I'm going to go for the Hosho, just for fun. Stupid biplanes. That's kind of weird. These carriers are useless. Notice they're carriers, but they don't have any aircraft. They're carrying midget submarines for some reason. There was some kind of cockamamie harebrained Japanese scheme there. Maybe I should sink the Sendai. The original Sendai. I actually don't think it's the original Sendai, but it's the 1930s Sendai.
One original Sendai.
Yeah, there's like a million Sendais. Sendai's like USS Yorktown or USS Enterprise. Alright, in all seriousness, let me quit goofing around here. There's no cruisers in here. There's no decent cruisers. This destroyer is useless. There's nothing really good to hit. Maybe I can slow him down. I'll try to torpedo the Nagato. Arigato Nagato, here we go, just for fun.
Mr. Roboto.
Yep. Roboto Nagato, or however you say it. Alright, here I go. If I damage him, he gets reduced half in speed, and he'll probably never reach Midway. So maybe I'll do that. So I have to go to the charts. 40-point strike. Camera on. 7, right down the middle. 6 damage points. Because it's technically a gunnery, air quotes, gunnery side. I should have made it like surface attack or something. So it's 6 points on the Nagato. Which, here you go, Nautilus, you did it. It's enough to damage her. Which means she's going to be at half speed. Which means that task force is now at half speed, or you have to detach Nagato into her own task force, and maybe leave her some destroyers as escort. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. All right, over to you and your torpedo turn. Actually, I haven't actually rolled them all yet. Just real quick, just in case. Kondo. Nope. And Tanaka. Okay, no worries. All right, over to you for. Yep.
The Midway group.
Technically, yeah, midget submarine could sneak in there. Yeah.
4. So
okay.
No. 8 for Task Force 4.
Or what used to be Task Force 4.
And then the last one, 5.
Cool. All right, so no Japanese submarines show up so far.
Aside from the one that killed a torpedo boat.
Well, not in this turn, I should say. I shouldn't have said so far. This turn, I should say. Okay, so that ends that turn. Because there's no landings yet.
Yep.
We're gonna be. I think the future turns will go a little bit faster now.
There's a lot less planes to worry about, at least.
Okay, first of all, damage control. Okay, so you have some stuff on damage control.
Yeah.
Soryu, try to roll roll 2d6.
None.
Okay, she stays there. She remains damaged.
1 and a 4.
Damaged permanently. Nagato is a battleship. He also gets to roll 2d6.
A 2 and a 3.
Alright, all that damage is now permanent. Nice. The tide is turning. Alright, so that takes care of damage control, because I don't think I have anything. Oh wait, I do have damage control. I have a damaged cruiser, don't I? Okay, cool. So the Americans have a much better damage control set of rules. So, but for a light cruiser, Okay, so damage control. American carriers, all other American ships excluding PT boats, roll 1d6, but I get a 4+. So Atlanta tries to roll a 1d6, going for a 4+. She fails anyway. All right, so she also failed.
So that damage is also permanent.
Yep. Okay, that's it for that. So, turn 4. Japanese move. Check for crippled ships sunk. Nobody's crippled.
No.
It's not not a nightfall turn. Japanese move the first task force. Oh, this rule is resoundingly done, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, I'm pretty sure I've got... Oh no, I still have Yamamoto's main body not detected.
Yep, so we'll start with 11 going due east. Well, actually, we need something in there in your turn sequence. Say, if you want to drop a ship or something like that.
I think it's not here in this table, but I do have it in the rules.
Yep.
But short answer is, yeah, now's the time you would do it.
Yep.
So the way you would do it is, I'll zoom in. Well, I don't know which one of your task forces is real. Oh God, how are we going to do this without giving away which one of those task forces is real? Are all three of those task forces basically going east?
Yep.
Okay, so without telling me which one is real, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Nagata will be back here moving at 3 hexes. I will bring a new task force. I'll call it 14. Actually 2, because one of them's going to be real, one of them's going to be fake.
Yep.
Okay, and whatever hex you want to put them in, and put them where, yeah, they could have come from any of those.
Like that seems good.
Okay. So I don't know which one of those is real, but one of them is Nagato. And what ships are you leaving with Nagato, if any?
Give her a 2 destroyers.
Okay, so Nagato is now damaged, and the first 2 destroyers, Fubuki. Yes. That's an adorable name. I will make them a slightly different shade of orange, so we know that they're in their own little task force.
Yes, and I'll add a new line to my piece of paper with what's real.
Cool. All right, so I'll move like 4 task forces because you moved like at least 4 task forces out of order there. So I only have that many task forces left. All right, Task Force 13 is staying where he is. Task Force 14. Or Task Force 4, I should say. Oh, these scout planes are home. Alright, so that one task force is accounted for. Task Force 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, All right, cool. So I've now moved 3. You've got 1 task force left. Oh no, you've got a bunch. Okay, so sorry.
I got 7 and 9 as well, so.
I forgot about that.
9 will go due east.
Okay.
And 7 will go due east. As you said, the Japanese trying to force a surface engagement.
Oh yeah.
And
all right, now here's the issue. Task Force 5 has a damage carrier.
oh yeah.
Speed is 3, unless you detach her into her own task force. Another gut-wrenching decision for Admiral Nagumo. You abandon her to the Americans? She's carrying no aircraft.
She's carrying no aircraft, so yeah, I want to abandon her. And we'll abandon her with a single destroyer.
Alrighty. So...
yeah, give the destroyer the orders to sink her if need be. Weren't that the...
oh yeah, it was usually the destroyers who had to do that. Okay, so Task Force 15... well, I'll tell you what, they start off anywhere within 3 hexes. And then I'll also make a Task Force 16, because I'm going to have to acquire that target.
It wouldn't be 16 and 17.
Actually, wait a minute. It's coming from an identified task force, so...
so probably just
no,
16.
Yeah, it would just be... yeah, I actually already have it ID'd. Yeah, so it gets to move 5, and then Task Force 5 gets to move... no, sorry. Task Force 16 gets to move 3, Task Force 5 gets to move 5.
Yeah, so Task Force 5 will move 5 due west.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
And Task Force 16 started there, it gets to move 3.
That could have been fun. She'll limp after the rest. So.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Alright, hold on, let me get this stuff out of the way first.
Almost should have left a bunch of destroyers or a bunch of... should I split the group differently?
Now would be the time. Before I move my next task force, to be sure.
Yeah. Can I see the order of battle?
Sure. So it's definitely Soryu, who is hurting for certain. And then whoever you want to leave with her.
She'll take a battleship.
Haruna. I'll zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. And the 8th Cruiser Division. And then the 10th Destroyer Squadron as well. And then she'll go due north.
Okay.
Directly into Task Force 4.
So you were in... oh shit, here it is. We have a gunnery battle. That is going to be a very one-sided gunnery battle. Alright, Ben, you got your wish. We have Japanese battleships with muzzles loaded.
And I did set the carrier in with them because...
Yeah, because he's got 5-inch guns. He'll shoot something. Oh my god. Alright, I have 1 task force left.
And to try to attract attention. Bad news for me is that whole group is within strike range.
Oh yeah,
of Midway.
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of it. And the turn sequence is deliberately designed to put airstrikes before gunnery.
Yeah.
That is not an accident. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely turning out to be not like the Battle of Midway. Okay, all task forces are now moved. Declare combat air patrol. Okay, declare combat air patrol. I'll stick with just that over Midway Island. And wherever Yorktown is, she's definitely one of these 4. She's got her 12 fighters up.
Yeah.
Actually, nobody can reach me. I have no combat air patrol. Yeah, I do, because nobody can reach me, and I can only bomb... Actually, no. No, I have no combat air patrol. I have no combat air patrol. No combat air patrol. Yep. Everyone down, refuel, we're going on one friggin' monster strike. It's time to redress the scales a little bit, we hope. Oh my god.
And,
okay.
I'll keep the combat air patrol on the...
over main body, and main body has no combat air patrol, because of Yamamoto. But on the invasion force.
And,
okay, and also on Task Force 5?
For Task Force 5, we'll put all 20 up as a...
Cool. So let's go now to what else is going on here? Yeah, the Americans are just not going to leave the B. We're not going to evacuate the B-17. Historically, the Americans got the B-17s and flew them back to Pearl Harbor. Hell no. All right, cool. So move airborne aircraft. I think I have some airborne aircraft, don't I, somewhere?
Both of those
you shot them both down.
Went down.
Damn it. All right, cool. I will launch 3 and 4. Well, 3 and 4 were the ones that were shot down. So I will launch 1 and 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Alright, they will not reach the Yamamoto this afternoon, or until later this afternoon. Alright, rest of scouts. The Japanese launched the first scout.
So we'll put 2 scouts on the one over by Midway.
Number 12?
Number 12, yeah.
Okay, and then you've got 2 more scouts unless you want to convert vowels.
We'll convert some vowels.
Okay, so that's where we see V1 and V2. Now you can switch it back next turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're not totally giving away 2 dive bombers. Okay.
And we'll put V1 and V2 on 10.
All right, and then you've got S3 and S4 still.
And they'll go on 11.
Because none of those cruisers were damaged. Alrighty, let's do some spotting.
Do the cruisers in the invasion force have any scouts?
Yes. Oh, that's right. They're getting close. Yeah, they have a shit ton of scouts. They've even got some torpedo bombers.
Ooh.
Although they're really bad. They're biplane torpedo bombers. But,
well, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
So their scouts will then go on 8.
Yeah, because they're in range.
And the invasion force scouts will go down with the whales.
Go down with the whales?
Or on Task Force 10, if there's any in Task Force 9, or my Task Force 9.
Yeah. You've got this row was for the invasion force. This row is for the invasion. Yeah, you got tons of scouts.
Yeah.
Basically, you've got I think like 12.
So, of those, two on 10, 2 on 8, and 2 on 11.
He's making sure he's getting rid of these stupid things this time.
Oh yes.
He's tired of looking at this shit. All right. You said 10 and 11.
8, 10, and 11. Yeah.
All right, cool. So basically, we have 4 scout planes on each one of those.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they're in range. All right, cool. Because scout planes, they're basically just fighters, but because they carry no armament for people in the chat, that's why their range gets extended. Like a Val only has a range of 9 until it's a scout plane. They just take the bombs off of it and slap on like extended fuel tanks. Off it goes. All right, so this is going to be, we got a lot of spotting to do here. The Americans, ironically, don't have any. Because my Catalans haven't reached anything yet. I didn't watch anything else. So I already know where he is, and he is. I've got those guys spotted. Yep. So it's all Japanese. All right, so whichever one you want to do first.
Let's start with 10.
All right, you got 4 chances. Add a 4 up.
1 4.
Oh my God! It's a good thing you had 4 aircraft on there. All right, that's 1 spot I checked, and then I think he reports on a 3. Let me check. Spotting
he
checks.
rolled a 6, but
oh yeah, he got it. All right, cool. Number 10 is a ghost.
I expected it, but
yeah, I kind of screwed up and gave it away, to be perfectly honest.
Task Force 8.
Yep, 4 chances at a 4.
3 4s.
Yep, that's now okay. So now you've got 3 chances. Yeah, 3 chances at a 3 up.
1 4 and 2 1s. So the 1 4 reports.
Barely. TF8 is also a ghost. Okay, 4 chances at a 4 up.
2.
So 2 successes.
2 successes. Yeah.
2 successes or 2 chances at a 3 up.
1 3.
Number 11 is a ghost. So just to be formal, because you do have to have it actually.
Yep.
You have 2 chances at a 4 up.
Nope.
Yep. Yeah. Task Force 12 remains undesignated as a target. Yorktown is a ghost. Nobody can find her. She's there. She's the only unidentified task force on the map, but you're not allowed to attack her until one of your guys actually can see it.
Yep.
But I mean, as a player, you know it's Task Force 12.
Oh yeah.
I gave it away before when I said, "Oh, nobody can hit me," forgetting that I had 3 fakes in range of Task Force 5. So that was me being stupid, but no worries. So yeah, Ben says, "Ooh, naval gunnery. Yeah, there's going to be some surface combat here. Here it comes. I'm not going to like it." Ben also adds, HMS Formidable, only carrier to ever use its gun in a surface action in Cape Matapan. It's literally going to happen here. Soryu's going to fire half of her guns because she's damaged. She has a couple 5-inchers she's going to pop off just because reasons.
Because she could. I should probably have put all of my surface ships into that and just run with the carrier, but...
well, the danger there is if I catch
AA.
up with you... Yeah, AA, you lose all your AA that way. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Strike time. Oh, hell yeah. Yorktown. He's finally getting into the battle. So I guess I should roll out some squadrons. Okay, F1A. Does not make it. Sorry. Oh, the other one's going to be the Combat Air Patrol, which I did not put up. It was F1B.
Oh, yep.
F1B. 4 makes it. F1A failed. F1B made it. Cool. Even though there's no fighters over that. I don't know why I'm sending fighters. That was dumb. Oh well. Because I'm just going to give away fighters if I keep doing that. My fighters literally have nothing to do this turn. They're all back at the hangar drinking coffee. Alright, let's get our crazy stuff out of the way first. B2, my last friggin' Marauder. Get up there! He finds the target. Barely.
The famous Marauder.
I'm going to keep the fighters here so I don't lose any on recovery checks. D2A. Makes it. D5. Come on, Devastators. Finally! The stupid Marines finally found the target. It's on fire. There's a huge smoke column. I think you can find it now. Well, yeah, now that you gave us a hint. B-17. Come on, Army. Hell no, the fucking Army still can't find the damn target. I don't even know why you guys are still here. They're just mad I haven't evacuated them yet. F3A. The Hornets Revenge. Oh no, there's no. I'm not sending any fighters. D3B, the next one over.
Yep, I know you said you won't send any fighters, so...
Yeah. D2B. Makes it. T4. Fails. That's cool. That unit's kind of useless anyway. Not sending. Failed. No, I didn't roll for this guy yet, did I?
I don't think so.
No, okay. So don't tell me I failed with him. He makes it. The other Dauntlesses still fail. T2A. Cool. So the Navy's making it. The Marines and the Army are screwing up.
Well, the Marines made it this time.
Some of them. These here are also Marines. D517. Okay, and then Tango 4 is the last one I have to roll. Because, no, I think I already failed with Tango 4. I failed with at least one Torpedo Bomber. It had to be that one.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, fine. It's a lot less than I thought I had.
And then you got the ones on the Yorktown.
Oh, right. I got the rest of the Yorktowns. Shit. Alright, so I'll just put up just for fun. Well, no, I didn't declare that, so let me not be cheesy. These 3. Okay, so, 1. Oh, shit, my friggin' dice box isn't on. Sorry. That's 1. 1 fails. And, well, that was a knockover, so that was a 2, yeah. So I'm not going to be cheesy. Succeed, fail. Enough Devastators have died today. Okay. That's a little bit better. Even though I sent my fighters along for no damn reason. Hey, maybe they'll eat up anti-aircraft fire.
That's a distinct possibility.
Oh man, my phone is about to die. Hello, Adrian! Quick pop in to say hello. Hope to see you at the first boot camp in 2022. Oh, I see to my name. It's Radagast. Oh, okay, Radagast. How you doing? Yeah, we're not going to finish, I think, the whole game today, Adrian, but we are trying to get halfway through at least the Battle of Midway. Half the time when you run this game, the battle is basically over and decided by this point. This time, it's not. Because it's a lot more even, and it's about to get crazy with some actual surface gunnery. The one thing that,
if my ships survive long enough.
Well, I won't sink all of them. I might sink one battleship. It's tough to sink a battleship. They're hard. They're hardcore.
And my strike will go on your Task Force 4.
Oh, right. I have no fighters I can put there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kept all the fighters there. Okay, so D1, roll to see if they make it.
2.
They do. That's a failure for the Americans, but a success for the Japanese. Japanese have an advantage here. D4.
Yes.
T4.
1.
Oh, they fail. And T1.
6, so they definitely showed up. Of course, it was the big group of torpedo bombers that missed.
Task Force 4 has enough problems right now. Oh, God. Okay. Let's do some strikes. There's no fighter interception on either of these because neither of those two task forces, 4 or 16, have
any caps left.
Have any caps. I'll have to write there's no rule written in there now, but I should make up a rule where you can, within a certain distance, you can send fighters from one point to another and say cover the spot.
Yeah.
It'll be something like half range or something. But that rule is not in the book yet, so we definitely won't do it here, clearly. Anyway, here we go. We can do the American strike. Well, it doesn't matter. We did the Japanese one first last time. We'll do the American one first this time.
Yes.
All right. So there's no fighter protection over Task Force 16. IG and Soryu could not recover aircraft last turn. I'm just repeating everything for people who are just joining the chat. I'm not great with the Pacific War. Was that the one where Japan started to be losing in? Oh, hold on. Let me start that over. I'm not great with the Pacific War. Was that the one Japan started to lose and have been stopped after months of winning? I don't want to get too technical into the analysis or whatever. Coral Sea, they were stopped. They weren't really beaten. In fact, Coral Sea in the early May 1942 technically cost the Americans more ships. It cost the Japanese more aircraft. Hey, look, almost like what's happening right now. But it did force the Japanese to turn around their invasion force of Port Moresby. So if we had not won the battle of, again, it's kind of a draw. It's a tactical victory for the Japanese, a strategic victory for the United States. If we had not turned the Japanese around and stopped them, they would have invaded Port Moresby. They would have taken Port Moresby. There goes the southern half of New Guinea. That opens up Australia to at least partial invasion. Or at the very least, hella bombing from bases all up and down New Guinea. It's basically what keeps Australia in the war. So we didn't really win. The Japanese didn't really lose, but the first time they were stopped. Then came Midway, literally a little bit less than a month later, 28 days later, where they got curb stomped. It's probably the most decisive 5 minutes in the history of naval warfare. We had those strikes last turn. It just wasn't very decisive. We have traded 2 carriers apiece. However, I have damaged a 3rd carrier, which forced most of his aircraft to ditch into the sea. So he's got 1 full-scale carrier left. I've got 1 full-scale carrier left. He's got half a carrier that he's about to lose just because I want to sink it, even though I should concentrate on other ships. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and see what happens here. I right now have the advantage in aircraft. He has the advantage in surface gunnery. And his big guns are starting to close in. In fact, some of them already have. So here we go. My fighters are not doing anything. My bombers are coming in. So long story short, let's get this going. Who is your anti-aircraft shooting at? You have a total of 48 points.
48 points.
You can split that up however you want, but yeah, 50 is the max. But you're only at 48 anyway, so it doesn't apply.
So let's see. What do we have to shoot at?
43, because here Soryu's damaged. When you're damaged, you have half AA strength, so this is actually read as 5.
So
So it's 5, 20, 6, 6, 2, 2, 2. It's 43.
Yes. We'll...
Let me get back. Sorry, I went to zoom in and I lost the thread there.
We'll put them on D3B.
D3B. All right, so this one right here. Okay, roll a D6.
6.
All right, that goes in on that target. All right, cool. So it's 43 points. Roll 2d6 here and subtract. These are Navy Dauntlesses. Subtract 2 from the result.
So it'll become a 7. Roll to 9.
All right, so 5 Dauntlesses go down to anti-aircraft fire. Okay, now the strike goes in. Oh, God.
Ouch.
Here it comes, baby. I want to sink at least one battleship, just for fun. I should go after all the cruisers. I'll probably chew down your actual point value faster going after smaller ships. However, there's only one battleship there. Congo, your ass is mine. Or no, sorry, Haruna. Congo class. All right, Mr. Haruna. It's time for you to hit the bricks, son. I have to do a shit ton of damage to sink your ass. 13 boxes. All right. I think I can do it. The fighters can't help. Bomber number 1. So he's worth 1 point.
1 point.
Yeah, literally. I have no torpedoes. Everybody in here is a Navy. Let me check all the numbers. Everybody here is a Navy dive bomber. Okay, Marauder. So I might as well just pile it all on there. All right, so calculator. No, dude. Calculator. 13 plus 12 plus 19 times 3
plus 1.
plus 1. All right, so that's these guys here. So 133. You think I would know which tab is which way at this point? Okay, so first I'm going to put in 75. Let me not be cheesy. 75. 133. I'm going to write this down. Minus 75. All right. And turn on the camera. Dummy. All right, Adrian, you showed up just in time for a big roll. Let's do it. A 9. I'll take it. That is 7 points on Mr. Haruna.
Oh yeah, it's not gunnery.
It's still aircraft.
Only aircraft.
So that is 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About halfway there. If I can get to crippled, he'll no longer be able to shell the shit out of my port troops, or my port cruisers and destroyers. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Let me get action going. Different music. Heroic U.S. Navy pilots are fighting hard battles across the blue Pacific. Meanwhile, get back to the table here. All right, so I've done these guys, right? That was all these first 4. I got 3 big ones left. I really want to sink a Japanese battleship. These 2, 18 and 18. That's like a prestige target at this point. 18 plus 18 plus, or no, times 3. 108. That's cheesy. Because that 8 points is going to be lost. All right, I'm going to split this up like... Oh, wait. I wasn't even done yet. That 133, I only rolled 75 of that. Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
I almost ripped myself off huge there. 8 points, that's 58 points left out of that first strike. Oh, man. I almost totally dogged myself out there. Damn. All right, here I go. camera on. Buckets! Boxcars, baby! A bomb right down the smokestack. 7 more levels of damage. I see flames, Captain. She's afire. Alright, so just real quick, that was one of those guys. D3, that was probably Hornet. Could have been Enterprise. It looks like 15 and 19. It's probably 55, 65. You know what? Just for fun. Whether that was Enterprise or whether that was 55% that was Enterprise. 55% that was Hornet. Oh no, wait, 15 to 19. That was probably Enterprise.
No, 25 to 19.
I don't know how to add. I'm still stupid. You're right, thank you. So 60% that was Hornet. This has no bearing on the game. I'm just curious.
And if you roll 100, it was the Marauder.
I forgot about the Marauder. Let me not forget about the Marauder. 30. Yeah, that was a Hornet. The Hornet has redeemed herself. Good Hornet. Not bad Hornet. Good Hornet. Alright, so the Hornet sank a Japanese battleship. Sweet. Yeah, battleships don't do well when aircraft carriers are about. Okay, cool. Now I've got those other 3. Now I'm going to go just hunt for... Oh, man. Now it's on. Soryu, you're going down. Even though it's pointless to shoot at you. I don't care. I'm going for it. So the next... Oop. Vengeance. Vengeance. I also just used up another one of my really good rolls. So those guys are now all completely down. I'm going to take these. This guy, that's 36 points.
Yep.
No. My bad. 18 times 3. These are Dauntlesses. That's 54 points. I'm determined to rip myself off here. 54 points. Alright, here I go with on Soryu. Another good roll. On camera. 10.
Yep. She's gone as well.
Cool. It's a little bit of payback. I'm glad the triumphant music is playing. The Americans are coming back. They're done. Team OOB. That is the end of Mr. Soryu. Boom. You're used not in that task force. Alright, now it's time to go after some cruisers. Now we welcome gunnery battle. We're gonna...
Yeah, but I do also have a strike on your guys.
Oh, that's also true, yeah. And there's no fighter protection there. It's actually truly, really accurate. What got lucky for me there, guys, just straight out luck, his most powerful torpedo squadron got lost on the way there. So, I don't think too much will survive. Task Force 4 and 16 are both in really bad shape. They have no air cover. They're going to start shooting at each other while being bombed by pretty much the entire remaining air group of both sides, with no fighter protection on either of us. Alright, I've got, that was him, I've got 2 left. 54 more points. This is going to be kind of a waste. Maybe not. Nagara. Charts.
Nagara isn't in it.
No, is she? Did I pick the wrong one? Sorry, I meant, sorry, I was looking at the wrong color, you're right. Well, you got 2 heavy cruisers in there. I'm definitely putting 54 points on Chikuma then. In fact, I might wind up having to hit him with both, but let me do the 54 first. Same roll, or same row. Hopefully I get one more awesome roll. Hell no. After a 12 and 2 10s, I'm not going to complain. But shit, that's terrible. 3 points. I literally did 2 points of damage. I got it noted. My last 54, this is it 54? Technically, no, it's 57, which does put me up one more row, so it does matter. I'm on that row. Who knows? We might save it. Just for fun. Which one is this? D1. Oh, this is Yorktown. Yorktown, do it, baby.
Yorktown have actually showed up.
Yorktown finally showed up, and the Japanese still don't know where she is, which is kind of crazy. All right. Camera. Last chance. Sink the Chikuma. Do it. 7, probably not. That is 5 more. So 5 plus the 2 I did before makes a total of 7 hits.
She definitely ain't doing well if she's still alive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just barely sank her. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's it for my strike. Now, before we forget, let me do the flight home. Because here's where I actually might lose some aircraft. Some more aircraft, I should say. Come on, game. Where's the stupid... Ugh, this part's annoying. Sorry, guys. Alright, my fighters who flew because they had nothing better to do. I.e. they shouldn't have done that.
Well, they could have taken the AA.
They lost the plane. This is why you don't launch aircraft unnecessarily. Yep. D1A loses nothing. Let me move this a little bit further over so we can do both at once. Okay, D3A loses a plane. D3B loses a plane. So that goes down to 12. It goes down to 11. Oh no, my last Marauder! What happens? Oh no, the last Marauder splashes.
Hey!
That's when he did that dive into the carrier nest. Okay, D2A is good to go. D2B is good to go. D1B loses one plane. That's
just to make it 18s all around.
That unit was a cherry anyway. Okay.
And then those that never made it.
Oh yeah, that was no fighters. These fighters never took off. Yeah, you're right. Even planes that didn't make it to the target might not make it back. That happened totally historically. Okay, B1, my stupid B-17s that never seem to be able to find the enemy. Sure enough, they lost another 3 aircraft. I've lost more to crashes and fuel expenditure than D5.
You have the army flying over water.
Yeah. There's literally no landmarks. I'm not even kidding about that. 16. Tango 1. This is actually a Navy plane. Tango 4 is Marines. So, Tango 1. Oh god. He loses 3. And Tango 4 is okay. Alright, cool. I lost a lot of planes on that one. But, sank a battleship and a heavy cruiser. Now, meanwhile, another smaller Japanese strike has hit my similarly exposed Task Force 4, which used to be powerful, but then it lost both its aircraft carriers. So, which also means I lost the majority of my anti-aircraft. Okay, so skipping straight to anti-aircraft. I do have a damaged USS Atlanta, which means that is knocked down to 6. 6. And these guys are 0s. Okay, cool. So now that entire task force has a combined anti-aircraft strength of 92. Again, gotta love the American 5-inch guns. So 92. I'm going for... Dude, torpedo bombers, only 3. I'm going for dive bombers. So, I'll do 30 on a dive bomber.
Which outcome?
Is 30 bad? Let me see. Let me take a look at the table before I make my mind on that. 30's fine. So, I'm going to go ahead. Excuse me. What did I say? I had 92 total?
Yeah.
I don't remember. 92, yes. All right, 92. I'll do 30, 30, and 32 or something like that just to make it kind of easy. Actually, I'll do 31, 31,
30.
and 30. That's slightly cheesy, but I get a smidge of... because I get 2 rolls on this table now. Okay, so the first one, I'll roll a d6 to see if it actually hits the target I want to. It does. Okay, so dive bombers have a -2 on their defensive modifier right there. So I roll 2d6 and subtract 2 on this roll. Ooh, 6 only becomes a 4. That is 3 shot down. Got it. My other 3, I'll roll to see if they actually attack what they want to. Actually, no. Do you want to shift the target off of your dive bombs?
The attack value is the same on everything.
Yep.
So let's put it on the torpedo bombers.
Okay. So yeah, what he's doing here, guys, is he's going to cause me to do a little bit of spillage if I get a good roll. So. Good
I
move.
can't lose more than 3 in that case.
Yeah. I mean, even if I roll a 12, great. I shot down 3 planes 7 times. So there is a little bit of method to the madness here. Just like the way I split up my 92 points. Oh God. Oh! Now it's only -1 because she shifted to the torpedo bombers, but it comes out as a 2, which at 31 points is 2 of them.
That's one.
That was disappointing. There's literally 1 left. Okay, I have 30 points left. I'm going to put 13 into that last torpedo, put 15 into that last torpedo bomber, 16. I'm going to put 16 into that last torpedo bomber. Just because I want to get rid of the piece. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, roll to see if I actually get to attack the target I want to. I don't. Alright, so do you want to move it off that torpedo bomber?
Let's put it on the 13 dive bombers.
Alright, so that's going to be 15 points on the D1 dive bomber. Oh, I said 16. 16 points on the D1 dive bomber. I'd subtract 2 from this roll. Good time for a 12. A 9, that's not too bad. 9 minus 2 is 7. That is 3 of those dive bombers shot down. Cool. I have now 14 points left, which I'm going to, again, put into that stupid torpedo bomber. Just as I'm sick of looking at them. Hell no, I keep shooting at the wrong planes. Alright, what do you want to put it on?
We'll put it on the same D1.
D1? Okay, cool. So this is 14 points, subtract 2 from the die roll.
No, actually.
Go ahead.
Put it on that guy.
On who? The original torpedo bomber?
Yep.
Alright, cool. Yeah, it's probably not the most tactically wise choice. I'm just tired of looking at them. Yeah, look at that spillage. I'm totally giving away points here. I don't care. I'm tired of tracking it. 7 becomes a 6. I shot him down for 2 points. Yeah, he's done. So now that is here. He's out of here. One less piece I got to track.
And
hey, one less point, one less unit you have to roll for on the recovery table.
That was why I did the last minute decided to change it, because the recovery table, well,
you might wind up losing him anyway. In fact, you probably will.
Yep.
I went through a 4, you probably will. All right, so we have a grand total of 25 Val dive bombers and 2 Judy dive bombers. Slightly better torpedoes are coming down. Oh no, what's going on here in the chat? Wow, there's a lot. Okay, guys, I'll promise I will catch up on the chat as soon as we do this strike. Because I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose the thread here. This T4 has lost navigation. He's going. There were American carriers out here somewhere.
Yep.
We forgot we sunk them already. So he was looking for American carriers that are already sunk. That's why I can't find them. He finds the cruiser Moskva before he finds our carriers. Okay, so we got a grand total of 10 times 2, 15 times 2. That's an easy 50 points. Then those 2 on D4, everybody, those are Judy's. So I've explained this a couple times, but just because we got new people in the chat, there was a brand new type of Japanese torpedo bomber just coming out. The whole Japanese Kiri Butai at the time had literally 2 of them. But they are a little bit better, so we do track it. He's worth 3 points apiece times 2. He has a total of 56 total dive bomber points. 25 times 2, I'm going over my math. Yep, 56.
And let's see, what targets do we have?
2 are smoked, and Atlanta is damaged. This is their total number of boxes to sink them. Americans don't have better boxes until you get to carriers. American carriers are a lot tougher than Japanese carriers. But once you get into cruisers, there's nothing wrong with Japanese cruisers. They just don't roll good damage control. But the ships themselves have the same number of boxes.
We'll put 56 on the Pensacola.
Pensacola's going down, all 56?
I think all 56. We'll take a quick look at the table. Yeah, all 56.
Alright. Roll 2d6, subtract 0 from the result.
10.
Sweet. That is 6 damage. Pensacola is definitely at least crippled, if not. Pensacola is a heavy cruiser. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you just did 6.
I just did 6, yeah.
Cool. So she is crippled. Which means the Japanese submarine's going to pick her off.
And we actually got a crippled ship now.
Yep. So crippled ships cannot move or fire, and they cannot move at all unless they are under tow. There's actually some towing rules in this game. So, yeah, we'll go over that when we get to the next turn. Sweet. So, she will not be participating, long story short, in the upcoming gun battle. In fact, probably the first Japanese shell is going into Pensacola just to finish her off. Otherwise, I can tow her to Midway. She's not far from Midway. I can get her there in like 12 hours. How many hexes away is she? This is that. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh god, never mind. 4, 5, 6, 7. I can get her there in 2 days. Under tow. But I doubt she's going to survive the upcoming gunnery battle. So before we do that, let's just quickly do our 2 recovery checks for these 2 units.
3 recovery checks.
Yep.
So the torpedo plane, 5.
Oh, they make it home fine?
The D1, 6.
Makes it home fine?
D4, 5.
Okay, cool. No one lost. Got lost on the way home. Sweet.
We lost the torpedo bombers when we went in, but that was it.
I think I also shot down 3 dive bombers. You had D13
yep.
there. Okay, so let me catch up with the chat here. Cool. So yeah, John is chiming in also about Coral Sea. Coral Sea was a tactical win, but a strategic loss for Japan. Yes, more ships lost, or bigger ships, I should say. Shoho versus Lexington. However, Zuikaku and Shokaku, we went over all that at the beginning of the stream. It's kind of the reason why I'm up against 4 Japanese carriers here instead of 6, which is kind of the whole point. Yeah. Midway was a total loss for Japan, although at a high American cost. Yeah, low cost in human terms. We only lost like 300 something people versus 3,770, some outrageous number. It's almost 10 to 1 as far as the personnel losses go. However, a lot of planes lost needlessly because of bad organization, staff arguing, and of course we lost the Yorktown. We were down to just 2 carriers. I don't really count Saratoga. It pains me to say it, but Saratoga is kind of, so you really just have Enterprise and Hornet, which is why they bring the Wasp back over from the Atlantic, and she lasts all of like a week before she gets torpedoed in the Solomons and blown up. Yeah. So Star Oriskany is my broken. Oh, Oriskany, my is broken. Oh, I guess I'm broken. It's possible. I get broken a lot. So John also asks, one thing to remember is that the Japanese Navy pilots took an absolute age to train up. The losses at Midway were never really made up. Yeah, it's if you actually stop and do the math, that first bomb, or really the only bomb, to hit the Akagi cost the Japanese like 6 centuries worth of flight time. If you actually add up the number of pilots killed versus how many years of flight time, because they've been flying since China. So they've been flying in combat since 1937. And they had God knows how many years of flight time before that. It's an absurd number. Those battles you do, guys, is mind-blowing. By the way, have great fun, guys. Time to hit the bed. Adrian, thanks very much for coming by. John sounds like he's taking off. Time to eat. I'll catch the surface battle on the replay. No worries. And yeah, thanks for staying with us, guys. As long as you have, we're about to wrap it up for the day. But we'll come back later and finish this game. Only because it's not really decided. I'm actually kind of interested in how this turns out. All right, so we'll pretty much finish up turn 3 here with 1200 to 1600. So we're like at mid-afternoon now. Cool. So we got some gunnery going on.
Yep.
Gunnery is pretty simple. I'm glad I wrote gunnery rules. Surface gunnery. Yep. Yeah, so from now on it's simultaneous. There is one special rule. If gunnery takes place at night during a darkness turn, the Americans suffer -2 on all rolls. Because American night fighting tactics in 1942 were really bad. Exhibit A, Battle of Savo Island. Exhibit B, Tassafaranga. Exhibit C, Exhibit D, E, F. Yeah, we lost a lot of battles in there. Anyway, here we go with our surface battle. It doesn't matter to me who shoots first, but right now you've got
1 cruiser and 3 destroyers.
And they're all okay, so you're looking at a grand total of 30 gunnery points. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but again, you use the second number on that chart, which is a lot bigger. So let me just find the chart here. Alright, and then I'll also show you your available targets. So Pensacola is still clinging to life, although she's burning down to the waterline. Northampton, New Orleans, Minneapolis, Vincennes. Atlanta is also damaged.
We'll put the 30 into Northampton.
Okay, you don't want to finish off any of these damaged or cripples?
We'll put. Let me just see the table.
Sure.
Just to.
So again, you use the number in the parentheses. Yes. Surface gunnery is a little bit worse. Because while the aircraft drops 1 bomb, that gun is firing like 40 shells. And that's literally within like 10 miles. All right, Ben, here comes the surface action you were talking about.
Let's see, we'll put 26 into the Northampton and 4 into the
well,
Pensacola.
4 you have to roll a 10 up to do anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So 26 goes into the Northampton. All right, roll 2d6 and see what you got.
8.
And it's 5 points of damage on the Northampton. Tell you what, my ship losses, well, except for my 2 carriers, aren't too bad. Or Northampton. That's, what'd you say, 4 points? Did I say 4 or 5?
I think it was 4.
You rolled a...
8.
8. That's 5. Yeah, I thought it was 5. All right, cool.
Okay.
That's the ship that, he's also now clinging to crippled. Holy shit. Alright, so I got 2... Oh no, he's just barely short of crippled. He actually is crippled. Okay, and then you said you had 4 points left over. He is going to...
6, so nothing.
6 on 4 is... Yeah, no good.
This was just me playing with the table.
Alright, cool. Now, the Americans get to shoot back, and the ship that just took damage still gets to shoot as if undamaged. However, these guys that were crippled during airstrikes previously still suffer their effects, so you got to treat it a little bit differently. So nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, because the Pensacola was crippled during the
You're looking at AA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, because these ships were crippled during previous airstrikes. This guy was okay. All these guys were okay, and he's worth half. and that's now permanent. So I'll just make that 5 real fast. So we are looking. Oh, what? No, see, you almost cheated. Do not include Pensacola.
And you got all of the destroyers as well?
Yep. Destroyers, that's mostly torpedoes. That's why their number is as high as it is. Some 114. Make sure I'm not including anything I shouldn't. No, you're walking into a hell of a torpedo spread. Is what's going to do it here. Okay, so 114. Let me write that down. Alright, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go after your second heavy cruiser, Tonay. With 75 points, because the way I roll, I might not do so hot. So if this is overkill, I apologize in advance, but we'll see. Hell no! Look at that roll. That's a 3. 3. That's surface action, 9 points.
That should
I think I still sank her. Again, this is why I put so much firepower into her. Damn, surface gunnery is nasty. Yeah, she's totally sunk. Boom! She only has 7 points. I just did 9. Then again, I threw most of my task force on one ship. Okay, that is it. The battleship is sunk. The carrier is sunk. The 2 heavy cruisers are sunk. There's 3 destroyers left. And I have 25 plus 14 points left is 39 points. So I'm going to break them up into 13s, just so I have 3 even attacks. I'm not cheesing the table. Actually, no, 26. I'm going to put it all into... Yeah, I'm going to wind up overkilling somebody. Okay, 39 points. So I'll put 19 and 20. I'll attack twice on here. That'll take care of my 2 attacks. Alright, so on the first Japanese destroyer in line, 7 versus 7. 7 on that roll, that's 2 points so far. Japanese destroyers have more than that. Here comes my other 19 points on the same row, so it doesn't matter. Another 7. So I think I barely sank her. So it's 2 plus 2 is 4. I think that's barely enough to do it. Alright, roll randomly for fun. Because who knows which one I would have. Number 5. That is Nagumo sunk. You're out of here, kid. Oop. More wreckage.
Let's give the future divers something to look at.
There you go. Man, that I came out of that one a lot better than I thought. I sank a heavy cruiser and a destroyer, and he badly damaged a heavy cruiser, and yeah, that was it, really.
Yep.
All right, cool. So that concludes the surface gunnery section. Strikes are all done. We've done the strike returns. Rolls, as painful as those are. Oh, submarines. Let's see if any submarines show up. Do you want to go first this time?
I'll go first, yeah.
Okay.
Task Force 4, 7. Task Force 12,
the Yorktown,
7.
Cool.
And A11 on the...
A midget submarine sneaks into Midway Atoll and is now going to be trying to sink another PT boat. Task Force 13 cannot buy a break. It's literally Lucky 13. Okay, so Task Force 13 is already detected, so there's no reason to surface and report. Are you going to go for a submerge and attack?
Yes.
I have 0 destroyers in there, so I have no chance to intercept. We then go to roll. I roll a 1d6 to see if I can. No, because never mind. You get to make your 40-point attack because there's no anti-submarine defense in there.
So we'll just do 2 20s on the first 2 ones.
This is literally me cosplaying as the Argentinians in the Falklands War. No anti-submarine defense. That's why the whole fleet ran after Conqueror sank General Belgrado. Okay, so roll 2d6.
10 on the first.
That is 5. You blew one submarine or one boat into like kindling. Okay.
And 8 on the second one.
And you sank 2 more PT boats.
Hey, I'm the scourge of the.
Don't. You may be doing more good than you think, because all I have to do is keep at least some ships in Midway Atoll, and you can never land on it.
Yep.
So sooner or later, you're gonna have to shovel every piece of American firepower, because you have to be on. You can't be adjacent. You have to be on Midway to land on it. And again, there's no stacking in this game.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a cheesy way for the Americans to. Which is pretty much what they're there to do. They're there just to make sure you can't just come in there and land. Anyway, that's 2 more. I've only got 3 PT boats left of that whole task force. Oh no!
If nothing else, I've been the scourge of that task force.
That task force hates you, man. They're like, leave us. You know, there's another carrier out there, right? God damn, leave us alone. All right, guys. So that is the status here. Because there are resolve landings. No, resolve the torpedo attack. Okay, cool. We are ready to start.
Turn 5.
1600 on turn 5. So the sun is getting ready to go down. We're not quite there yet. It goes down next turn. So this is our last turn of daylight before the sun goes down. And that's when all the spotted counters go away and we have to reacquire everything. Unless you're in surface-to-surface contact. That's like HMS Norfolk trailing the Bismarck in the North Atlantic. That's the only way you can reliably maintain contact overnight, because aircraft in these days don't really fly at night, and even those that do, like the Catalina, don't really carry surface search radars worth a damn at this point in history. So, okay, so we are down to 1 carrier apiece. His air group is a little bit more beat up than mine. I also have a lot more aircraft left over on Midway, and believe it or not, I've won the first surface. Well, not really, but I've also sunk one of his battleships. His battleships are proving pretty damn vulnerable to American bombers.
Yep.
So again, that's by design. The only battleship that really is damn near invulnerable is the Yamato.
Because Yamato.
Because Yamato, yeah. In fact, if anything, this game makes her a little bit less vulnerable. Sorry, a little bit more vulnerable than she should. Because the only way you sink a ship like the Yamato or Musashi, who were historically sunk in 1944 and 45, Musashi at Sibuyan Sea and Yamato in East China Sea, April of 45. You bomb the shit out of them. They took like 19 or 20, 22 bomb hits. You bomb them until the goddamn cows come home. It's not until
and then
they
bomb them some more.
And it doesn't matter. It's not until you start hitting them with torpedoes that they really start to sink. And American torpedoes in 1942 are just not worth a damn. So Yamato was never really unsinkable, but if she ever was going to be unsinkable, it would probably be here.
In this battle.
Yeah, in order to make sure that the game doesn't get wonky just for one ship, she has more boxes than all the other ships, as we showed earlier, but she's still just a battleship. And she does carry a lot more anti-aircraft. Now, full disclosure, she does not carry her 1944 anti-aircraft suite, because later on in the war, the Japanese kind of look at what the Americans are doing with the South Dakotas, North Carolinas, and Iowas, and they just say, holy dog shit. They are covering that ship with anti-aircraft guns. There was a serious question at one point. It was rejected, but it was seriously asked, can we strip off some of the armor so that we can put more anti-aircraft guns? Anti-aircraft guns are why you don't get hit in the first place. You don't need armor if you have enough anti-aircraft guns. So later on in the war, the Yamato kind of gets the same treatment. But even here, she's got 25 points, which is more than the other Japanese battleships to. Later on in the war, that would go up to at least 45, 50. But at the same time, Iowas are going up to, goddamn, I don't even know what it would be. You gotta remember, as scary as this American anti-aircraft looks, the 40mm Bofors has not yet been installed. I don't think there's a single one of these on here. They're still using those nasty quadruple-mounted 1.1-inch Chicago pianos on here, and 50 cals and shit like that, and it's already up to this number. Later on in the war, once you start getting number 1, the 20mm, number 2, the 40mm, and number 3, I think they call it the VT, proximity fused ammunition. Forget about it. I mean, any American ship is just a dome of death. There are stories of Japanese pilots landing on carriers, and they can't even get them out of the cockpits. They're just in there in a puddle of feces and piss, crying. They're that shell-shocked, trying to fly the American flag. But that's like 2 or 3 years down the road. That's not yet. Yeah, but I'm actually pretty happy.
Enjoyable.
I'm actually pretty happy with how it's going so far. Do you think it's smooth? It's taken a little longer than I hoped. I was hoping we would finish today.
It's pretty smooth, yeah. And after the first few turns, you pick it up, and then it goes a lot faster than the first turns did.
Yeah, the first couple turns was also a lot of search and scan and launch scout planes, make a spotting check, make a reporting check. From here on out, we know where most of our fleets are, and we're pretty much just hammering each other. At this point. Task Force 16 is down to 3 destroyers. I'm not too worried about that. Task Force 5 ran away, which is probably the smart move. You've got 1 carrier left. I've got 1 carrier left. So right now it's kind of a draw. Again, these battleships are a little less scary than again, they're not supposed to be scary. Battleships versus aircraft. I think like 39 battleships in World War II were sunk by aircraft. Battleships versus aircraft will always win. But I don't have a limitless supply of aircraft. Every time I launch, I lose some in recovery checks, I lose some to flak, and there are still a handful of Japanese combat aircraft
on those
on some of these invasion ships. So I do have to watch out for those. Go ahead.
And a lot of your air power is now concentrated on Midway.
Yeah, it's not very mobile anymore. That's for sure. So I might just keep, if we can ever find it, I mean, we all know where it is, because it's the only one left. But I might just keep Task Force 17, good old Admiral Jack Fletcher, kind of, hanging around Midway, and see if you want to have a go at it. If you want to have a go at landing on Midway. If you come in with your carrier, my bombers are going to hit you. Assuming they can find your ass, because my bombers are apparently wall-eyed or something. Whatever.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your battleship is coming in without air cover, and we'll see how that goes. I don't think. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to speculate too much. But we'll try to finish this game next Sunday, folks, because we've already been up now for good grief, almost 5 hours. So I don't want to be on like literally all day. And we'll finish up this game hopefully next week. If not, we'll get around to it. We just wanted to make sure that we ran the Battle of Midway, at least partially, here before, during the actual anniversary of the event. It's the 80th anniversary of this battle, one of the most important decisive naval battles in the history of naval warfare, probably the most, not war-winning, because, again, I always point to the Solomons, but definitely war-changing.
It's where the air kind of go out of the Japanese balloon.
Yeah, this is definitely the moment where that's it, they're not going to win. It's just now a point of how long it's going to take for them to lose. Real strategic purists then point out that Japan never had a chance to win this war anyway. The war was lost when the first bomb hit the Arizona. But if you're looking at it from more of an operational perspective, this is when they could no longer win. They were eventually definitely going to lose. It was just a question of how long it was going to take. But the Japanese were definitely not going to give up, as the Solomons campaign attests. some of the worst defeats in the history of the U.S. Navy are still waiting for us in the Solomons. Savo Island, Tassafaronga. Some people call Santa Cruz a loss. It's up to you. I kind of consider it a draw, but it's I'm not really gonna opine on that right now. So to finish up the comments here, Ben Johnson says during Guadalcanal many cruisers got blown up. That's very true. It got so bad that they called it Iron Bottom Sound because it was cruisers, destroyers, carriers, battleships. Literally multiple battleships, transport ships, oilers, cargo ships. They sank everything, tore the whole bottom of that little channel down the middle of the Solomon Islands, leading up towards Bougainville. It's just sunken ships. Cool stream, says Ben Johnson. What a cool game. Thanks very much. Yamato was attacked by over 300 aircraft. It definitely got screwed up in a big way. There was no way your ship was walking away from that. April of 45. It may have been more than 300. It might have been 300 at a time, but then they hit it in several waves. They really went after that ship. But for now, guys, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. Thanks very much for coming out. Thanks very much, Rasmus, for trying out a new game. Definitely appreciate it.
Anytime, and I must say I enjoyed this one very, very much.
I hope it works, because I would love to sort of expand this to like larger, well not larger, but like other battles. Like I would like to do a smaller version of like Coral Sea, or maybe some battles of the Solomons. Not really small ones like Savo Island, but Eastern Solomons or Santa Cruz, could definitely be recreated with this. But cool. All right, guys, we are rounds complete. Tango Mike for listening. This is Oriskany Jim for the Sitrep Podcast. Happy 80th anniversary of Midway. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
And the Midway cards are in the post.
There you go. Your Midway cards are on the way. But in all seriousness, have a great week going forward. Don't work too hard. And we will try to finish this up next week. If not, we'll be in touch sometime after that. But we got more content coming out on Wednesday in any event, so stick with us.